Hello there, my name is Bruce Rain from Brankus Creations. Thank you to everyone. Happy Easter to people if you are the sort of people who celebrate that thing. I am sorry for being a little bit late. I was eating food. I started probably a little bit earlier than I was really going to be ready for. And that's just because it's a public holiday here. Wake up when you wake up, that sort of thing. Ah, dear. So, how is everyone going? I'm going to say hello to Jay from the House of Moth, to Steve Mac84, Patrick Pitts. Again, yes, again. 4-day weekend, really need to take advantage of it. Cram as many streams in as I can. Jack68K, Frank S, Joe Williams, Pretzel FTW. Kai is here. Hello there, Kai. How are you? SadMac356, Enzo Fitzhume. Dave is here. Hello, Dave. I got a little notification when I first woke up that you had done a stream, so I hope that all went well. Charlie is here. Hello, Charlie. Everything is Broken Garage. Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. We don't celebrate so much as use it as an excuse to eat chocolate for breakfast. Yes, indeed. That is what it's all about. Let's face it. It's a time of the year where we all have to remember the magical bunny that poos eggs. Gut Bomb, hello, and Frodo Jedi. Hello there. Frodo Jedi. Wow, what if Frodo was a Jedi? Putting it out there. Lots of guests. Fair enough, fair enough. I keep the guests down to 0. So anyone who is looking for guests on this show, my apologies. It's not really a guesty type show. Full of lamb. Oh, one of my favourite bits of protein, I tell you. Cook 3 legs of lamb, so we can't get away with using the oven just. So we can get away with using the oven just once this week. Excellent, yes indeed. What, 18? How do you even get 18 on there? I thought there was a 10 cap on the StreamYard duck thing. How do you even do 18? Anyhow, so happy Easter. Nom 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 nom. Now, I had an initial plan of what I was going to do for this live stream. I came down here and had a look around. I couldn't find what it was that I wanted to work on, so I'm not going to be able to work on that until I do a little bit of cleaning. I have no idea where it's ended up. Essentially, what I was going to do is going to do a bit of a resto job on a Macintosh SE. This is the SE logic board here, and I was going to chuck it in the ultrasonic cleaner while we're working on other things and then dry it, and I may still do that. And I was going to restore the floppy drive and all that sort of stuff. But I just went to the case and I can't find the floppy drive, and I can't remember if it came without a floppy drive or if I've taken it out and put it somewhere. So I'll have to do a little bit of research on that. This is an SE that I bought recently in a little lot. I bought a Macintosh SE, SE30 and Centris 650. I'm actually going to sell this Macintosh SE that we're looking at here at the moment. The main reason I'm going to sell it is because I already have one, and there are some computers I don't mind accumulating more than one if they're ones that are really mean a lot to me, but the SE is a pretty robust sort of computer, and I'm sort of feeling one will probably be okay. But then here's the other thing. The other day I actually bought a Macintosh SE Super Drive. So for the vintage folks, yes, I thought an SE might catch your ear, Kai. For the vintage folks out there, the original Macintosh SE that came out, I think the first one was a dual floppy, and then they brought out a version with a floppy and a hard drive. And then and that was an 800K floppy drive. Then they brought out the SE FD HD, floppy drive high density. That's that right? That's all right. And that was slightly updated ROMs on the board that allowed it to work with a 1.4 megabyte floppy drive. So that's the high density floppy drive. And I've been on the lookout for an SE FD HD for a long time to have it in my collection, because I've got quite a collection of compact Macs, and I don't want necessarily repeats of the same one. I want to get a bit of variety. And a guy, one of David, hello there, who contacted me and said, look, are you still on the lookout for an FD-HD? And he just he was going through his collection, and he's sort of paring it down a little bit. And he sent me these photos, and he said, look, I've got these two. I've got an SE FD-HD, and then I've got an SE Super Drive. Now the SuperDrive was exactly the same hardware as the FDHD, but it was bundled with software that allowed you to read MS-DOS disks. So that's why it was called the SuperDrive version. So rather than it just being a high density drive, it was a drive that allowed you to read MS-DOS disks as well. So it was called the SuperDrive. So in theory, you could just put that software on an FDHD and have exactly the same functionality. But I just like the idea of having one with the little SuperDrive underneath the Macintosh SE. I wanted the high density floppy drive functionality. Yeah, PC File Exchange or whatever it was called. I can't remember the name of the software that they bundled back then. I mean, because there were so many different ones. But you're probably right there, Gut Bomb. I'm not sure. Instead of getting into bed, binge watching Downton Abbey. Okay, so are we? I assume watching it a second time around because I mean, it's been a while since Downton Abbey was on. Did enjoy that series, I have to say. I mean, it's basically just an expensive soap opera, but I still enjoyed it. Okay, so that was my initial plan for today. I was going to be looking at the SE, but one of the main things I wanted to do with that is get the floppy drive working and potentially install a blue SCSI, and I may still do that, but I can't find the bracket that holds in the floppy drive and the hard drive, and I don't know where I put it. And I took it out, or maybe it was never there. And I don't know if I filmed it. Because if I filmed it, I can go back and watch it. But I'm terrible with keeping documentation of my own stuff. I do it very well with customer boards, but with my own stuff, I always forget. Fourth time around, fair enough. It's like visiting an old friend, isn't it? So, now, I was working on a Macintosh 2FX the other day, and we were getting a chime followed by a sad Mac chime, and tried a whole bunch of things, and then I finished the stream. So after trying a whole bunch of things and doing a few little trace repairs and everything, it was the same thing each time. Start it up, get the chime, then get the sad Mac chime. So anyhow, I finished the stream. After finishing the stream, I'm just having a look at this at the area, and I looked at this trace that was going to a via, and the via was just a blob of green, and I thought, oh, that doesn't look too crash up. So I went in there, had a bit of a scrape, and sure enough, this via was just completely rotten. So I poked a hole through there and ran a wire to join it up, and then powered it up, and I got the chime and no sad Mac chime. And so here's me thinking, yeah! But it still didn't work. I couldn't get any video from it. I could connected a video card. Here is the video card that I connected to it. This is the someone in the chat will know. It's like the 824, I think. Is that it? Macintosh 824. And so you basically have this board here, and it's 8-bit, and then you can put in some extra VRAM here, and that'll take it up to 24-bit. 640 by 480. Even though all this stuff they refer to as high resolution, 640 by 480 at 72, they considered that high resolution. So there is another version of this one, and I've seen a lot of the time there's been sort of a fair bit of discussion about it, because the other one has these chips populated, these 4 chips populated, and these slots aren't there. They're gone. And that is the better version of this one. So this one was base model but upgradable. The other one is fully upgraded with no further upgradability at all. So, so that is more or less that. Now, before we go any further, I'm just going to ask people to very kindly, please,
smash that like button.
because I would appreciate it. Thank you. Right, so anyhow, that's enough of the story about the 2FX. What I then did was I cleaned the 2FX, and if you have a look at the thumbnail of this video, that is the 2FX in the ultrasonic cleaner, Vivo 30 litre ultrasonic cleaner. Links in the description if you want to buy one, but you don't just have to buy a 30. Click on the link in there. You actually have the option of choosing different sizes, 10 litre, 15 litre, 22 litre. You just choose the one that's good for you. But if you're like me and you have Macintosh 2FX boards, Macintosh 2, 2X, Quadra 950, 9500, all of those gigantic boards, 30 litre is the way to go. They all fit. So, Scarlet Swordfish, hello. I feel like I haven't seen you on a stream in the chat of the stream in a long time. Now, that's either because I didn't notice, and that's my fault, or you haven't been here. But either way, welcome. So we're going to get this 2FX that has been in the ultrasonic cleaner, which is here now. And I'll just go over the repair that I did off stream at the end of the stream. And then after cleaning, we'll check and see if it works. Now, whenever I put these in the ultrasonic cleaner, I always take these socketed chips out. So that's the floating point unit there, and that is the CPU there. And the main reason I do that is because they have little black writing on the gold part, and the ultrasonic cleaner tends to remove that. Now, it's not going to affect the functionality, but if you're a collector, you probably want that writing to stay on there. So I always take these socketed chips out. It does sometimes remove the writing from the vibraty things, the clocks, the crystal things. I can't remember the word. And so it does sometimes remove the writing from those as well. But there's not much I can do about that. Now, oscillator. Thank you, Kai. God, brain going. Now, what we're going to do with this is we are going to put some RAM in it, we're going to put a ROM in it, and we are going to see if ultrasonic cleaning it made any difference. But I will quickly show you the repair that I found after doing the live stream for those who are playing at home. Let's just see if this goes there. Yep, it does. Oh, across we go. The scope cam, is that even... Oh, because I had a power outage the other night, so everything got switched off. And so if they've come back on again, they won't be the correct white balance for this. So let's do that now. Zawinga. There we go. There we go. White balance is balanced white. So should I eat the chocolate egg? Happy Easter, everyone. I won't eat it because that will just... Can you imagine that? Can you imagine the sound that would make? Nom, nom, nom. ASMR. Chocolate Easter egg eating. You can get away with that stuff if you're young and pretty, but I am neither. Okie dokie. So, if we just jump across to the scope view here quickly, if I can find my mouse. K-Mac Vintage, hello there. 99% IPA also removes the black writing. Ask me how I know. It's fair enough. Okay, let's go to scope view and we'll check this blurriness. Now this is the area that I was working on the other day. Now, as you can see here, if I just get this nice and focusy, that's nice and focusy. So we've still got a damaged trace here. You can see that there's no trace going there. I'm not even bothering to fix that yet because that is just related to the battery. So we can live without that to get the thing to boot. But what we did find is we found some traces near that weren't related to the battery. And for example, this little guy here, which I'm going to point to with a pair of tweezers if I can find a pair of tweezers. I'll point to it with a scalpel. How about that? Nice dirty scalpel. So right here. Now this is meant to join to that via, but I've actually joined it on the other side of the board. So it's still joined, but you just don't see it here. So we've got this via here going along there, and then where I found the issue was this one here. So this is one that I repaired, and once I repaired this one, we got a nice resounding ba-ching, and no sad bank chime. What do you reckon's going on with that one? How good does that look? Yes, yummy, yummy, yummy. We took this chip off, looked fine underneath. There's the other battery socket thingy there. And there's probably still damage traces here. And after ultrasonic cleaning, there could be even more damage traces than there were before. So it could work out less. Uh-oh, blurry. No, come on, it's sharp. Look at that. Sharp. Sharp. There we go. Now, so what we're going to do is we're going to just change views here to the top view, which I think still works. Yep. Everything's a bit weird after I've had a power outage because... for some reason my the circuit breaker kept tripping. It's the one that trips if there's like a leak, an earth leak, you know, sort of like if there's live power going to ground, and it just trips it, you know, if it's something leaking out. And I'd be buggered if I could find out where it was, but you know, if the power stops, you'll know why. You know, if the stream suddenly comes to a grinding halt. So we've got bank A, we've got bank B. You're supposed to stick the RAM into bank A because that's just the rule when it comes to Macs. if you're only putting it in one, put it in bank A. If you're mixing sizes, so if you have, let's say, 4 megs in, you have 4 4s and 4 1s, you put the higher amount in bank A and the lower amount in bank B. That's just, again, that's just the rules. It's the rules of the vintage Macs. So let's just go. Now, so this is going to be the first thing. I'm not going to dwell too long on this 2FX because I do believe the next step is going to be very, very boring to watch. So, but we're just going to try it out and see what happens. And then the next thing I'm going to do after this, we're going to have a look at a 2SI. This is a 2SI I was working on before. And I've got to do a little bit of a repair because after ultrasonic cleaning, it came up looking really nice, but a component fell off. So we've got to go in and... Where did I put that component? Doesn't really matter, I've got spares. And so we're going to do a little repair on that one, and then we'll see if we can get that one working as well. I don't have particularly high hopes for that one, so just to set expectations early on. But we'll see. Because I've got this sneaking suspicion there are loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of components that are not making proper contact on that board. They've corroded through and they're not connected properly, so I will probably have to go. Look, this board was bought as a possibility of a working board because there's another board that I've got that's not working, another 2SI board, and this is for Max, and Max was like, you know, I said, look, I can probably get it fixed, but it just might take a while. And then he found another 2SI board, and he said, hey, I'll buy this one, and if you can get this one working easier, then we'll use this board instead. But they're both broken. Right, so we have got my little makeshift power supply here. My makeshift power supply bypasses the soft power circuit. We've got a display card here. I've got my little DB15 to VGA adapter. I've got my VGA cable here connecting to my little screen like this. It's all caught up and things. It's a bit of a mess. This runs off the little battery on the back, so there we go. And then we're going to need a speaker because we need to hear if it chimes. So I'm going to connect that speaker up, and then we'll connect some power and we'll just see what happens. Yes, it was barely holding on. 1 megabyte in bank IA, so the RBV uses that. There you go. Right, alrighty. So here we go on my messy desk. See what happens with this 2FX. What I am expecting is a chime, but nothing else. What would be awesome would be if it actually gave us some video. What might also happen is because of the ultrasonic cleaning, it's cleaned away some corroded metal that was making connection, and it might not work at all anymore. That has happened before. So let's get some power, shall we? Power. Oh, that's not it. Alrighty. Okay, you ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay, still getting the chime, so that's nice. So we haven't gone backwards at all. But it does appear like we are in exactly the same boat as we were before. So that is, it is giving us a chime, but we're not getting any further than that. We're not getting any video coming out from this video card. And so there. Reed Reinfeld, hello there. Luke F, hello there. Thank you for joining. So yeah, this is for anyone who was watching that live stream the other day. The progress we have made is we're not getting the sad Mac chime anymore. Oh, look at that. That's an old super chat coming up from before from this view. Let me close that. This is the thing I don't like about the way this software works, but never mind. That's a discussion for another day. Yeah, so if we were watching it before, we kept getting a sad Mac chime. We're not getting a sad Mac chime anymore, which suggests that it's going through the RAM test and it's passing. But then at a certain point then in that startup process, the ROM basically has a whole series of things that it does before it then gives us our, you know, happy video and stuff. And it basically means that somewhere along that checking process, it's running aground. And this is a 2FX read, so I'm about to actually put this one away. This is a 2FX I was working on the other day. I did another trace repair after the live stream had finished, which got rid of the SADMAC chime that I was getting. Now we don't have the SADMAC chime anymore, but it's not getting any further than that. So there are lots of possibilities and lots of things that could be causing this problem. And it will almost definitely be a broken trace in this sort of general vicinity. I've got quite a few that I've repaired, but what you always have to remember is that with these boards that have data lines in between layers, rather than just on the top and bottom, if I've got a rotten via, if I've got a via that's going through the board, so here's the board like that, and then you've got the via that runs down, right down it. And if that via is rotten, just gone, and I've got a trace at the top and a trace at the bottom, I can run a wire and join that up from the top to the bottom. But there's always the possibility that there is a data line in the middle, and that via was actually connecting those top and bottom to a layer in the center as well. So I can go in and correct that trace and go, hey, okay, trace repair, that's all done. When in actual fact, there might still be a break somewhere. I do believe I have a schematic for the 2FX, so I can probably figure all those things out, but that will take a little bit of time, and me sitting there looking at the schematic, comparing it, buzzing it with a multimeter, and that, as I've said before many times, makes very, very boring viewing. So that will be for me to do by myself sometime. But look, it's worth spending the time. This is a 2FX. 2FXs have become pretty rare these days, so, you know, there you go. Can't you fill the via with conductive gunk to fix that? So you potentially could, right, if the connection on the in-between layer is just kind of dangling down the hole somewhere. But if that corrosion has eaten it further back, you may not be able to get a connection to it. You might be able to fill it with some conductive gunk, and it just doesn't make contact with that little bit of trace that was originally going to that via. And I'll be honest, if I did that, I would, even if I managed to get it working doing that, I wouldn't trust that as a long-term repair. I would much rather do it with a wire to somewhere I know. It sometimes means you end up with a bit of spaghetti, because when you're retracing these things on the outside of the board rather than inside the board, you have to sometimes do wires along the back and stuff like that, and that's not ideal. But I did that with Javier's board, and which is on its way back to Javier, I might mention. You probably have it there in a week or two. Actually, probably, I reckon a week you'll have it, I would think. We did a lot of wire repairs on the outside of the board, and I just basically paint them over with a bit of UV mask and seal it, and they seal up pretty well. They don't look brilliant, but they're safe, they're future-proof. Marshana Clark, hello there. Are there any night jobs pertaining to electronic soldering? I am not the person to ask, because the thing is that while I do this stuff as a hobby, my main job is I'm a web developer. So that's kind of, you can ask me questions about web development if you want, but when it comes to actually soldering as a career, this is, as I say, is very much a side gig for me. So, yeah. But someone else in the chat might know. Someone might be able to tell me. I would try a very small brass rivet. They have to be very small. I mean, when you look at this stuff on the microscope, it all looks like there's heaps of room. But just to give you an idea, getting through those holes, I can't even fit the tip of a standard sewing needle through the hole. I end up having to actually grind these down with a Dremel to make them about half the thickness of a sewing needle in order to get them through those holes. So I don't even know if they make them that thin. Right, let's get on to the next thing, shall we? So we're going to get this 2FX and we'll say, you're too hard, goodbye. Oh, I was meant to send photos of my kitten to Steve. Sorry, Steve. Oh, actually to the group. Because I've got little kitty cats and they're growing up and they're getting very cute. So, what do we got? See if I can find it. There we go. There's a nice cute kitty pig. I know it's a little bit blurry because the focus isn't designed for that sort of distance, but anyhow. Right, so the next we're going to have a look at now, let's get rid of some of this stuff so that we've got a bit of room on the table. We're going to have a look at that 2SI, and we're going to just see how it looks. The thing about this 2SI, which was amazing, was how good it ended up looking after ultrasonic cleaning. I mean, blew me away. I did not think it was going to be that good. You would look at this board now and think it was a completely different board. Oh, I tell you what, you'll see plenty of, hello to Bogdan Weiss. You will see plenty of bodge wires in early Apple stuff. Well, I shouldn't say plenty. You'll definitely see some. So there were bodge wires in the very first iteration of the Macintosh SE 30. Bodge wires on some of the LC range as well. You know, you clearly get that first revision board that comes out, and it's like, uh-oh. These days, I mean, it's so easy to do PCB prototyping that, you know, you can sort of build one and go, oh, that's no good, and then you just get another board made. And it's one of the amazing things about doing this sort of stuff in the time we live now. And the idea that I can go and get boards for $1 each. Little ones, obviously, not necessarily the size of a great big one, but yeah. Right, so 2SI. Let's see if I can find where I put it. This one's kind of precarious, isn't it? Well, that's balanced up there. That was good of me. Now, this is a classic. I don't think it's in that pile. What have we got in this pile? No, it's not there. So let's just see if we can find it, shall we? Is it just on this table somewhere? That can sometimes happen. I cleaned it. It's not in the oven. Nope. Sorry about this, folks. As I did say before, I set up this stream to start at 10:30 because I like to start it earlier in the day at the moment because of the time difference with me compared to the US. But the flip side to that is that I am a little bit disorganized early in the morning. Haven't had time to get everything all sorted and arranged and fixed and stuff. That's my classic pile. Okay, so let's think about this logically. Clean the board, then most probably put it up here somewhere. I just wouldn't have thought, I would have thought that it would be quite high up because I worked on it just recently. It's going to be a short live stream if I can't find the freaking thing. We'll have to find something else to work on. Would I have put it? Worst comes to the worst, I've got another 2SI to recap. We'll just do that instead if I can't find it. Maybe, I mean, we all know about the capacitor fairies that steal capacitors from me when I'm doing recapping. Maybe they've now moved on to stealing whole boards. I wouldn't put it past them. They're sneaky little buggers. I am so desperate to get one of those hard drives working that has the little stepper motor on the side. It goes quick, 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 quick. Okay, I'll be back in a second, folks. Whoopsie. Let's go to this box here, because this box here has things in it, and it could be in this box. Opens the box. There's that. Could I have put it in here? Stranger things have happened, and regularly do. Whoopsie, no, it doesn't look like it's there. I'm confused. There's only so many places it can be. That's the confusing thing. But anyhow, I have a 2SI board here which we can recap. Oh yeah. Hello Sam, and hello to you and Emily. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I really feel kind of stupid now. I mean, more than usual. I mean, it'll be somewhere. It'll be somewhere logical at the time. It'll be like, I'll put this here. That'll be the best place for it. It's not still in the cleaner, is it? No. No, not in the cleaner. No, it's definitely not in that cleaner. No, it could be in that cleaner. Everything will fall down if I do that. Okay, looks like we're going to recap this 2SI. So, there we go. What we have here is another 2SI. And between now and then, I might think of where it's gone. So this is another 2SI that I've got here. Very popular Mac. In particular from a collector's point of view, because certainly, not necessarily now, but a little while ago, these things were quite inexpensive to get hold of. There were, I'm still looking by the way, there were quite a lot of them around because they weren't necessarily as desirable. I think people were probably more likely wanting to get hold of 2CI, 2CX, 2FX, 2X, that sort of stuff, before they lost their minds. Right, I'm just taking a photo of this. This is what I do for my records. And the main reason I do that is to make sure that I've got everything about this board and the condition it was in when it came here recorded. So for example, this one here has the cover on the battery. I've got a photo of that to show that it has the cover on the battery, so I lose that. When I go to send it back to the customer, I know I have to give them one of mine. Now that's not my fault. These are interesting RAM sims. These are almost definitely 2 megabyte sims. You don't see these very often. They have these 4 chips and then this little PLC chip on the end there. And I've got a few of these. And as I say, they're quite distinctive because of the way they look. And they are 4 megabytes. So, yeah. Let's just get a little Ziplocky bag. Put all this stuff in so that we don't lose it. There we go. Oh, it's got a number on it. We're going to shave that off, get rid of that number, because we don't want to cause confusion. Come on, alcohol. My little thingy that dishes out the alcohol, it gets very stubborn sometimes. Oh, got it that time. Okay. There we go. Get rid of the old number. And then I'm just going to write on this because I haven't given it a number yet. So I'm going to write Max 2SI. And we're going to put these things in here, like the battery holder, the RAM, a little button off the end. What am I going to do about this 2SI that I can't find? I'm so confused. You know, I mean, there are only so many places it can be because, you know, I generally sit here and I don't move my ass the whole time. Occasionally get up for this, that and the other. Sometimes they go on here. Sometimes I just like move them to the back, but I don't see them at the back here. I've got a few classic and classic 2 boards there. That's normal. Then the other place is behind me, and they can either be in here vertically. It's unlikely I would have placed this board vertically because of the condition it was in. Unlikely, but not impossible. Whoops. Okay, so this is a 2SI board, but it's not the 2SI board, it's a 2SI board. And I had Let's just have another quick look here. So I might have seen it and then just glossed over it and not realised. Okay, definitely not in that pile. That pile there, definitely not in that pile. This is very perplexing. I mean, it's like someone's going to steal it. It means that I've put it somewhere that I thought was logical. Oh, I'm going to put it there. That'll be a great spot for it. All right, so we've got a 2SI here that we're going to recap. We've done these many times before. These are, and I can actually see it. If we get onto this top view camera, if you see the way that light is shining on the board, but in this area here, you see how it's all smeary? That's an indication of our capacitor leakage. And you see that all the time when people might post photos of old boards and they go, oh yeah, this board, look, it's in really good shape. And you go, Retro Techie, hello there. Right, okay, so just a quick recap for everyone here. Had a quick look at the 2FX that I was working on last time. It's still not working, but it's working a little, it's not working a bit more. It's a little less not working. How about that? Then I was going to have a look at a 2SI board that I have been repairing, but I cannot for the life of me find it. And I've got no idea where I would have put it. Oh, crap, I know where it is. What an idiot. Hey everybody, I found it. So let's get this to aside, put this to one side for a moment, and let's start looking at this 2SI board that I worked on a couple of streams ago. Now, this is my donor board, so we'll put this to one side. This is the board that we were working on before. Now it was in really poor condition. I'm going to zoom in here if I can a bit. Just wait for it to focus. And it was just all of the metal on it was sort of black and ugly and stuff, and we recapped it and whatnot. And after the ultrasonic cleaning, we've actually got a lot of the sheen back. And I don't know how well you can see it. I mean, there's still some ugliness here, and I'll show you when we're under the microscope. But a lot of this stuff is shiny again. Now, when I went to go test it after ultrasonic cleaning, it wouldn't work. And I thought to myself, well, maybe one of these is still not stuck on properly. So I held it down with my finger while I started it. And then when I lifted my finger up, it came off. It came off, stuck onto the other side of my finger. It was actually stuck on my finger. So it's like, oh, that probably wasn't making proper contact then. Now, of course, that could be the case with a lot of these components. So if we give this board a little bit of a twist, will anything come off? No, we're still good. So this one and this one were replaced. This is the one that came off of my finger. This one I'm going to replace as well. So we'll get rid of these and then we will move on. So good old fashioned, just, Brankus repairy, trace repairy type stuff, It's all stuff we're familiar with. So strap yourselves in, people. Now, when it came off on my finger, it did actually tear two pads off, these two here. So we're going to have to repair those. Let's get some focus happening. That's nice and sharp. I'm just going to grab some tracers, if I can find some. I mean, I've only got 4 pairs of them, so it makes sense that I can't find a single one. Here we go. My chickens are having a whinge at the moment. Because I got up early, I started streaming and I haven't actually fed them yet. And they've got food, but they want the treats. So, oh, see, look at that. Look at it. You cannot tell me it's going to work with that sort of stuff going on. And I didn't even check to see if the camera is showing it. Did that show? Wobble, wobble, wobble. This one looks like it might be as well. No, it's making contact. What about that one? Oh, that's all right. Let's have a look at the ROMs, because the ROMs are often a cause of consternation. How's everyone doing, by the way? Everyone having a good Easter? Has anyone got time off during this Easter break? I've just got the standard holidays that you get here in Oz, which is 4 days. Well, I mean, Saturday and Sunday are just your normal weekend, but you get Friday and the Monday off, and so today is a day off, even though I'm self-employed, so I never really have a day off, but it feels like I have a day off. Mystery Margot, hello there. Yeah, so for me, it's been an opportunity to get a few chores done, which I have done. Now, what am I going to do with this? I wonder if I bend this leg up gently, then clean under it, save me from taking that whole chip off. Guess what I did yesterday? Grab a new scalpel. Come on, try and guess what I did yesterday. It has something to do with ultrasonic cleaners. CS Waffy, hello there. Thank you very much for joining. Okay. See if we can get this pin to stay down. And I have some concerns because that corrosion that I cleaned it off from the pad, but of course that leg is going to be corroded as well. So. No one's guessing? No one's guessing? Okay, well, I'll tell you what I did yesterday. I installed my laundry ultrasonic cleaner. So it is now in the laundry, set up, plumbed in to the drainage and the tap and power and everything like that, so that I can now fire up that laundry sink ultrasonic cleaner anytime I want. And I can start doing a video on it, which I am going to do, where I will be trying out all different sorts of cleaning. I'm going to try cleaning different things. I'm going to be cleaning not just inorganic things. I'm going to be cleaning some organic things as well, just to see what happens, because, I'm an experimentationer. Right, well, that's down. It's not beautiful, but it's down, it's connected, it's making contact. Got continuity. Okay, so let's sort this one out now. Get all this crusty muck off. Oh, look at that trace. Well, that pad's so nasty. It's barely on. Oh, that one's a busted. Made a new video. Not yet. It is coming. So this was really part of it. So I had a plan of what I was going to do with that ultrasonic cleaner. I was basically going to do a video of me cleaning lots of different things. Now, I didn't do a video of me installing it. And the main reason why I didn't is because, well, that was predominantly a plumbing thing, not an ultrasonic thing. So there's not a whole lot of interest, I feel, watching me do plumbing. The other is that my laundry is kind of awful, so I wasn't going to have that on camera. So I didn't actually video me installing it, because I didn't really see that has any level of interest with the actual ultrasonic side of things. But the next video I'm going to do, and I was originally going to do this video with the ultrasonic cleaner sort of still outside, but it started getting really difficult, so I thought, no, I'm going to have to install it first. And the next video, I'm going to just be cleaning stuff, cleaning things. I'm going to record different things of me saying, okay, well, let's see what happens with this. I've got a dish here with some baked on lasagna, and we're going to put it in the ultrasonic cleaner and see what happens. This is a mess. This is a real mess here. I'm not happy. These pads are in terrible condition. There are breaks everywhere. So, you know. Oh, sneezy. I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me. A little bit of solder smoke going up the nose. Up the noggin. No, that's the head, isn't it? Up my hooter. That's my nose. Oh, that's gone. Okay. These are in such terrible condition. It does make me wonder, though, with the other two SI board that I've got that's not working, whether it might be related to these chips here, if it's a common problem for these to come off. Someone say hooter. Schnoz. There's a good word for the nose. Schnoz. Anyone working on any projects at the moment that they want to share? I do see some of the amazing stuff getting made through the old Tinker Different forum, and you know, all these clever people going in and creating stuff, and I do love that. Oh, these have all got solder on them. What a pain in the thing. I don't like the holes that have the solder. Just don't. I want to run wires through them. I want them to be solder free. Ah, 45 minutes into a software update that used to take to only take 5 minutes. Okay, what sort of software update is that? What sort of device? I'm interested to know, Jay. I'm building a new racetrack mod for Assetto Corsa. Not really a retro project though. I'm waiting for an SE30 reloaded board. You going to? So tell me something with that gut bomb. Is the SE30? Are you taking parts from a damaged board and putting it onto the reloaded board? Is that the plan, or are you looking at a ground up build? And this is one of the wonderful things, you know, if you ever happen to find an SE30 board on its own or something like that, and then you've got an old SE, you can turn your SE into an SE30, and that's just about the best thing ever. Even though I've got a lot of love for the SE, I really do. And as I have been saying to people quite regularly now, people who are talking about having problems with the Mac Classic, I'm sort of saying to them, look, try and source an SE if you can. The SE is just such a more robust computer. It's got a better power supply. Doesn't have surface mount electrolytic caps. The batteries that they put on them, particularly the early ones, the axial ones, are far less likely to leak. And I'm just sort of like, come on, get an SE. Restoring an Apple IIe for April 2. Almost done except for replacing a reefer cap in the power supply and testing the drives. That is awesome. I love the IIe. Because I had a IIe. It was the first, I guess what you would call serious computer in my household when I was growing up. When I very first got a computer, I got a VZ200, which was like a Laser 200 rebranded for a retailer out here in Australia. And then I got a VZ300. Now, I wanted a computer. I was getting into computers as a kid. I was really enjoying it. And I asked my parents to buy me a computer. And they didn't want to spend too much, obviously, because for as far as they'd known, it could have just been a fad. It could have just been something I was interested in for 5 minutes and then move on to something else. So we got this computer. And initially it was me just programming and mucking around and just making games and learning BASIC and all that sort of stuff. And then eventually this... the company that sold this computer released a word processor, and that was the life-changing moment. All of a sudden, my parents are using it as well. They're using it because they were both teachers. They're using it for lessons and stuff like that, and using this computer. Now we outgrew it. We've now got 3 people using the thing, and you know, probably my sister sometimes as well, probably more from game side of things. But so you've essentially got 4 people using this computer. And it was just a clunky old 8-bit micro. So they then said, okay, well, computers are now part of our household, so we'll buy something better this time. And we got an Apple IIe. Now, of course, keeping in mind, they would cost thousands back then. They weren't, you know, they weren't cheap. And so we got the old Apple IIe with the Duo drive and the green screen monitor that has the flippy at the top. And yeah, and then eventually later on got a hard drive connected to it. What else have we got? Sorry, what have I just done? Okay, resurrecting the ROM sim programmer by Doug Brown. Okay, alrighty, interesting. I am interested in that, very much so. Open Core plus Classic Mac Pro unsupported OS. Guess I shouldn't complain too much as long as it finishes. Yeah, okay, so is that unsupported OS Ventura? I'm just curious. 7 reloaded SE30 already and love doing them also. So hang on, awesome. So you're doing them from ground up. You're just getting hold of all the parts and everything and then building them from scratch. That is awesome. And that is so awesome. I love it. Transplanting a bunch of parts. My SE30 board is cracked, so it works, but if the case gets jostled, it bombs. Hey. Mystery Margot, not really a project, but I'm setting up a retro tech room. Old consoles and a CRT TV, Nixie clocks, stuff like that. And I'll be getting my Color Classic out of storage too. That is awesome. I wish I had a space for doing that sort of thing. I really do, but I don't. Hopefully get the board to you sometime this year too. Yes, well, let me get through this lot first. Actually, that's another thing I might even look at today, depending on how we go with this. I've got someone who has sent me the neck board of an SE30 that apparently doesn't work. So I want to see what happens with that. Latest Monterey update. Building a laser to reflect off the mirrors on the moon. That would have to be a pretty powerful laser. I'm just going to go out there and say it. Because that is something that they do. What is it? They do it every day, I think. They bounce it off every day so they can measure the distance between the Earth and the moon. I always have the best shirt. Thank you. This is the Corbin Dallas taxi service. I do try and find. I'm always looking for shirts that are kind of a bit esoteric, so that people who know the movie will know what it is. But people who don't have got no friggin' idea. So, can I ask? Okay, so this is a good question, Joseph. So I'm going to read this out to the group. I should start streaming my projects on YouTube. Enzo, yes, you should. So, can I ask everyone what computers they had back at school? Let's just go in and... Yep. Back at school, primary and secondary. Me, it was Microbee at primary, IBM 5150, Apple IIe, Mac Classic in secondary. So, I can tell you that, so Joseph, from my perspective, at primary school, it was also Microbee. So that was when they probably got those in when I was in about third class, something like that. So I guess I would have been 8 or 9, something like that. So Microbees, it's probably more closer to 9, coming to think of it. They had Microbees, and then when we got to high school, it was, I think it was all Apple IIes. By the time I didn't really do much with computers in school. Well, not that I remember anyway. But having said that, I don't remember a lot of school. But yeah, definitely interested to know. I think by the time I left, they might have started getting some Macs in. eMacs, iBooks, MacBooks. It definitely shows the age. There's always going to be different answers with this, with the different ages. In Australia, it was very common for it to be Microbees, and the reason for that is Microbee was an Australian company, and the education department here in Australia actually made it a requirement that if you were going to be selling computers to schools, a certain amount of the computer had to be made in Australia. It wasn't necessarily the whole thing, but it needed to have some Australian, I guess, component in it. Now, the Apple IIes were eventually in there, and apparently they managed to get around that by having an Australian part inside them. So you had the original 2E, and then there was a thing called an 80 column card, which gave some enhancement, and I think it gave serial port connections, I think, as well, and it gave 80 characters across instead of 40, and I think it might have done something else as well. Anyhow, there was an Australian maker of that 80 column card, so you could buy a 2E with that Australian card in it, and that would qualify for it to be used in schools. So yeah, 2Es were a big part of education at the time. Broken. Oh, hang on. It's not making a beep. Why are you not beeping? Oh, that's fallen out. I've got to get this case fixed. There we go. Right. Broken. Not broken. Not broken. Broken. Not broken. 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 Not broken. Not. Broken. 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 This is going to be a big job putting this back on. So strap yourselves in, people. Gonna be a wild ride. All right, let's start from one end and work our way down. If at any stage, right, so I'm putting it out to you guys, you viewers, if at any stage during this you start going, Oh my god, this is boring. I'm so sick of seeing all these trace repairs. It's driving me bananas. Please let me know. Give me some advance warning and I'll move on to something else. So you just say, yep, bored with this. I'm leaving it to you guys. Now, let's get some tweezers. So typically when I'm doing these sorts of repairs, I do... Oh, God, these tweezers look a bit chunky. Never mind. When I am doing these repairs, I do like to try and run the wire all the way down to a via. I mean, why? I don't know, but I do. Just feel like it gives us a slightly better point to start from. Okay, so I'm going to heat this up and see if I can feed this through while the solder melted. How did I go? Did I get it in? Okay, I think that's gone through. Let's have a look at it from the other side. There we go. I can see my wire. Whee. So that's one that goes through to probably a voltage rail or a or ground. Trace repairs are cool. Yeah, well, I like that. Can make the computer repairs entertaining. Thank you very much for that. Nice to listen to. All right, okay, well, I'll have to try and continue being nice. I won't go on and start going all Karen on everyone and start complaining about things. Having said that, no, I won't. I promise I won't. Do. Right, there is the first anchor point done. So that just means that wire is a little bit sturdier. We're going to have to do some fun things when it actually comes time to attach that we'll put the chip on there, because this wire is going to make life interesting. But you know, interesting's good, isn't it? Isn't it? Okay, so we get that on there. This is just going to live underneath the chip. When I put the chip on, I will probably bend up the legs. You know, I'll push down and I'll bend up the legs that have a wire sitting underneath them. And that should work for us. Okay, so there's our first one done. Trace conductive pens being sold at Core Electronics and JCar. These are just a gimmick. Now look, I have seen some of these conductive pens. Look, well, there are a few things. First of all, it's very easy when you're looking under the microscope to go, oh yeah, I'll just do that. But I wanted to show you, this is my preferred pen of choice. It's a Uniball I Micro. I really like these pens, these biros. I go with the Micro because it's got a slightly finer tip than the normal one. The normal one's a bit fatter. I can't remember what it is, 0.5 mils or something like that. Now, I'm just going to show you what the tip of this looks like next to a trace. Actually, there we go. Let's try and draw. Yeah, you might be able to do it. But anyhow, the point that I'm making is that traces are bloody thin. Now, those sorts of pens that you get at JCar, I think they're made for doing projects where you're going to be doing things on a much larger scale. So you might be doing your own development of something. I honestly don't think they would be practical for trying to replace a trace on something like this. I just think they would be way too thick and too hard to work with. That's just my thinking. So. Yeah, I mean, I think they're made for people who are doing prototyping more than anything else. I just want to, I know, I'm pretty sure I've tested this one, but I just want to test it again. Beep. This one here. That's a break as well. Isn't that fun? Our good friend Steve from Mac84 did a live stream, I think it was yesterday. He did it just for his Patreon people, so if you didn't see it, that's why. You need to be, he does every now and again do these exclusives, and you have to be a Patreon in order to, in order to see them. He was working on a 6500, which is, they're a very, very cool looking machine. I've never seen one here. I don't know if maybe they weren't sold in Australia, but I have never seen a 6500 here on these shores. But I don't think he got it working. Okay, let's hold this down while we get a bit of solder on there. A bit of solder. When you're doing these sorts of trace repairs, one of the things you have to be very mindful of is if you've done one trace repair and then you're doing another one right next to it, that your new trace repair doesn't destroy the old one. I've had that happen many times before. You know, you just happen to accidentally remove the last trace repair. Okay, there's another one done. That looks a little bit better, doesn't it? Here, this one looks like another crap one. Another crap one. I have a conductive paint that I've bought. I got it. I think I just got it on eBay. It's just black stuff. And where it's really handy is for when you're working with like old remote controls that use those rubber buttons. I know there's a word for the rubber buttons, a term for them. I don't know what it is, but it's when you have sorry, I'm just wishing I was ambidextrous for a second there. When you have like a remote control and they have the rubber button that presses a little pad on a circuit board, the pad on the circuit board has you know, like little intertwined bits of copper, kind of like that, and then you press the button down and you and then it makes contact, and then that's how the button works. And sometimes those rubber buttons, they lose their conductivity, and so they get very difficult to use. You press down and you're not getting anywhere. And you can get this conductive paint, which you can then just paint on the bottom of the rubber part to improve the conductivity. Very handy, very handy. Now I poked this through. Ah, there it is. It was sticking right up and I couldn't see it. So this one is another one that is going nowhere. So we'll just get some, well, when I say it's going nowhere, it's going to one of the inner layers. Just burn myself a little bit there. Not painful, but I can certainly smell a bit of hair. Burning yourself is just par for the course when you do this sort of stuff. It will happen. Carbon contact buttons. That's good enough for me. I don't know if it's right, but it'll do. Conductive epoxy. Yeah, I'm curious about that. Near blob chips. Right, now where are we? We're over here. So there's another trace repair. I'm getting good value out of this one piece of wire that I cut off before. Something fell down. Probably not important. Oh, look at that lovely blobby bit of solder there. There we go. Going to need some flux there, aren't I? And some wick and some things, and remove some solder, and everything's fine. Oh man, I've got to tell you guys about this movie. I started watching a movie. I haven't finished it yet. I've had 2 goes at it so far, and I still haven't finished it. Speak up if you've seen it. Has anyone here seen Moonfall? I think it's a Roland Emmerich film, so he's the one that brought us like Independence Day, and I think he even brought us Stargate or something, didn't he? I think. But The Day After Tomorrow, he did that. It's got that dude from the Conjuring films in it, and Halle Berry. Well, all I can say about this film, Moonfall, is it is the biggest pile of steaming shit I've ever seen in my life. And if you really, I mean, I don't really rate Halle Berry as an actress just in general, but if you want to see some of the worst acting, you really should see that film. Her acting is a little bit like she's kind of helping someone else practice their lines, and she's just feeding them the lines to cue up when they're supposed to talk. It is just a soulless performance. So, you know, keep an eye out for it. There it is. Well, I mean, the other main star of it, you know, I can't remember his name. He's the guy from the Conjuring movies, but I don't remember his name. He does a good job. I mean, you know, all things considered, with what he has there, which is ultimately a shit script and a shit movie, he was doing all right. So, but, oh man, it was bad. So I don't know, maybe if you're a drinker, maybe have a few, sit down and watch it and have a laugh. Gets about 1.5 stars for me. There's some nice effects in it. Actually, I really should reserve that until I've seen the end of it, shouldn't I? So I still haven't seen the end of it. I'm guessing they figure things out, they sort it out, because that's kind of what happens in his movies, you know, they do resolve things. Is that 28 AWG? That's a very good question. it might say it on the thing here. 34. This is 34 AWG. So the thinnest stuff that I use is 40. Then this medium-sized one is 34. And then I've got a fat one, which is, this one's in millimeters, so sorry, this one's 0.31 millimeters, whatever that is in AWG. AWG stands for American Wire Gauge, for anyone who's not sure. And it's just kind of like an arbitrary number, I guess. Someone said, hey, let's come up with a scale for wire gauge. And you know what? We'll make the number get bigger when the wire gets smaller. That'll get them. Alright, we haven't got enough flux here because the solder is getting all sort of stringy. Right, what about this one? Just going to check and see if we've got continuity. Oh, the thing is turned off, that's what the beep was. Want to see proper garbage? Check out 65. I intend to. I want to see Kylo Ren in the past. Yep, another break. How do you know what AWG to use? I've seen videos where they use 28 or 30. Is there a way to tell, e.g. power rail? So, anytime you look at a trace, it's a flat piece of wire. I mean, it's not completely flat. I mean, there is a little bit of depth to it, sort of in terms of that layer. So, it's kind of like in terms of what the shape is, it's like a little rectangle-y type thing. I will generally go with a piece of wire that's sort of about the same size as the trace. That's what I usually do. Because this is round versus being flat, there's probably a little less resistance or whatever in this round wire that I'm using. But I just generally go on something that's around about the size of the trace. The really thin stuff I generally don't use on any of these vintage Macs. I use the really thin stuff more likely on a more modern Mac, like a MacBook Pro or something like that. Yeah, and then if it's a big power rail, that's when I use the fatter stuff. So, yeah. As to why I actually chose these specific sizes, that's a good question. I can't remember. Might have been a recommendation by Rossman, because I know I definitely used to watch a lot of Lewis Rossman videos. Or it might have just been what I ordered. Anything's possible. I have a video where I focus specifically on trace repairs. And in that video, I do discuss the wires that I use. I'm at a bad angle here. So do something about it, Rain. There we go. I'm pretty sure that's through to the other side. Then we just have to find the wire. It's hard to find because they stick straight up. Maybe I didn't get it through far enough. I'm hoping I'll flick it, but I haven't flicked it, so I maybe didn't get it through far enough. Beep, 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 beep. Getting through, I mean, work with me here, work with me. Is that it there? I think it's that hole there. It's definitely not getting through. Let's see if I can clear a bit of fluxaroonie out of it. I mean some solder out of it with some wick. Oh, it's hollow now. Look at that. Maybe it's this one. Nope. Well, maybe then I'll be able to poke it through easier. You cannot tell me that's not going through to the other side. You just can't. Come on. What is wrong with me? Don't answer that. There we go. Found it. I get a lot of people when I do that trace repair video. I get a lot of people. Well, no, I won't say a lot. I have had several people sort of leave messages in the comments and saying, "Oh, that repair would never stand up. It's wouldn't meet with, you know, compliance and stuff like that." And I kind of my general attitude towards that is, well, it didn't work before and now it does. So now, okay, would it be something that I would use to repair, I don't know, a controller for a car or something like that, where there might be safety implications? Well, I mean, yes, I still would, because I've got a fair deal of confidence in what I do. But, you know, when we're talking about using this for getting bits of old vintage hardware up and running, I mean, who cares? Okay, what have we done now? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 so far. I mean, this is really one royally stuffed setup here. Let's try this one. This one I don't think is broken. Let's just check. We may not actually even have to do this one. Won't that be a turn up for the books? Okay. Beepity beep. No, it's stuffed as well. Tips where to look next with an SE30. I have fully recapped and it is working fine until you try to do something. Open a NAT, it then becomes super slow. Wow, that's interesting. Have you run Snooper on it, just out of curiosity, to run through the hardware check to see if anything is failing? That would be my first course of action, just to see if there's anything obvious there that it's finding in a self-check. It'd be good if you could get a tech step onto it, I reckon. But they're a little bit hard to find. There is a project underway where someone is trying to reproduce a tech step, which I think is cool, you know, recreate it. I have to say I've never had that problem, so I'm not much good with that. I've never ended up with a... I mean, I've had all sorts of problems with SE30s, don't get me wrong. But I've never had one where it just runs slow. That's new to me. Now I do have a fear with this board. There is a fear deep down within me that there is a we're going to see the same stuff when I grab the other chip, because there are 4 of these chips. Count them. What is it for? I got Snooper to open once, but then I could not do anything with it once loaded. Okay. Yeah. Can't run any of the diagaps. I mean, I guess let's start with the obvious. If you tried it with some different RAM, that would be my first thing, is to make sure that you got good RAM. So, known good RAM. Take it from another computer where you know that RAM is good and working. Don't have to do that one. Yay! I do have to do this one. Bummer! Even does it if you boot off a floppy, starts up fine, then slows down the longer it is running. Yeah. That's an odd one. It's definitely an odd one. But as I say, RAM would be the first place I'd be looking. Black Benair, RAM, Alam. Tried the RAM with known good RAM. Yeah, as I say, I'm at a loss with that one, because I've just never even heard of that symptom before. And if it's happening booting from a floppy, you know it's not the SCSI controller. Maybe problem with the RAM multiplexers or something like that. Check around that area. Have I got an SE30 board here? I'll just see if I can find one. Yeah. Check all around this area here, next to the RAM slot. So there's the RAM slots there. These guys here are the RAM multiplexers. Check all this area. Just see if you can see any busted traces or anything like that. It's worth a try. I think it's worse when a SCSI drive is connected, so that could be related. Yeah, maybe. Okay, where's my wire? There's my wire. No, it's not. Where's my wire? Where? There it is. I haven't heard from the guys at Amtech in a while. And they were telling me they were going to send me a sample of a new thing they were working on. It never came. So I probably need to reach out and check and see that everything's okay. I know there was all sorts of silliness going on with Amtech and Inventec and all that sort of stuff with the flux. I just don't want to ever be in a situation where I can't get their product. I do have some alternatives, but I like this stuff. Okie dokie. Crazy Ivan, hello there. And I'm working on an SE and I must have plugged in something wrong and fried the SCSI IC. Made a sizzle sound and a puff of smoke. That ain't good. That ain't good. The later models, like the SE30 and 2 and 2X and all that lot, they all have a fuse. They've all got a fuse on the SCSI connector, so that if something does happen, you save the chip. It kills the fuse. So, but the SE does not have a fuse, so that's one of the bad things. And obviously, let's face it, that's just why they added a fuse later on, to protect the thing. Because there are plenty of ways that you can end up frying a SCSI chip by accident. It still works. Wow. Yeah, I mean, look, put it this way. I mean, a lot of those models use the same SCSI chip. So, don't have to do that one. Okay, well, let's go this way. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to do that one. Yeah, I mean, the SC, what is it? It's, where is it? Yeah, there it is. Okay, 5380. That's a dip. The later ones are all PLCCs, but that one's a dip chip. So I imagine that's probably, might still be available. Kai would be the person to ask, but he's probably fallen asleep because it's freaking late over there. Wake up, Kai. I imagine it's the same one on the Plus too. I think I've got a spare Plus board somewhere. Come on. Normally what I try and do is try and get all the solder out of these holes and then run a wire through it. Because there are so many here today, I'm just, I guess, feeling a little bit lazy. And I'm not bothering to clear these holes. I'm just melting the solder and then feeding them through while the solder is melted. And so far it's worked out for me all right. Yeah, it's been good. Yeah, there's that. There's my wire. Hello, wire. Still available on mouse, so how about that? In a dip form or as a PLCC? Dip package. Okay. Here we go. Plop. Plop indeed. Francois Revon. Hello there. I say bonjour, but I imagine it's probably bonsoir where you are now. God, it must be late. Uh, 4 a.m. Wow, that's impressive. I'm not very good at 4 a.m. Now, is that 4 a.m. still up from the night before, or is it 4 a.m. up early the next day? I'm trying to create myself sort of like a little makeshift pad here, so just going to squish him down. Squish, squish, squish. Stop it. I really need 2 tweezers for this, but that would involve looking. Start watching the revision demo party and designing some connector in OpenSCAD. OpenSCAD. Mouse button, okay, PLCC. Okay, so you could probably, I guess, get some sort of adapter or make some sort of adapter to go PLCC to DIP. Because I'm pretty sure they're the same, they're just different package. Alright, that'll do. It doesn't have to be freaking perfect, it's just got to have continuity. So that's my makeshift pad. And then we have to do the same with the next one. Oops, that's not the hole that I was after. This is the hole that I was after. We do it in order. That's how I do things. Apparently someone is doing a recreation of the 2CX. It's kind of nifty, isn't it? There it is. I still haven't figured out whether I'm going to keep my Centra 650 just as a normal 650 or I'm going to take the board out and put it inside a Quadra 700 box to make it a sort of a slightly newer Quadra 700. Monterey update done, Apricot updates done on all Macs, latest software updates on all Macs, device is done, enough work for Sunday, ice cream time. Cool, it's time to sit back, relax, take it easy, and listen to me repair traces. Yeah? That's what I expect anyway, because Jay is always asking me to do a live stream. Message comes through almost every day. What time you streaming, Bruce? So Bruce, what time you streaming? Well, today I'm streaming. Makes up for all those days when I didn't stream. I really would like to have a second pair of tweezers here. So, now I did drop a pair the other day, but I thought I picked those up. A little tube of thermal paste. Oh, cool. They'll just be under here somewhere. The other tweezers. They'll be under things. Every now and again I get into this brief habit of actually putting things back where they're meant to be stored. And it does make my life a lot easier. And then all of a sudden I just drift out of that sort of habit and start just going back to putting things anyway. Terrible. Oh crap, what was that? That was a stick of RAM. Just 1 megabyte. Nothing interesting. Wowzers, eh? So there's my little... You know, to be honest, this one that I did at the top is probably totally unnecessary to do it the way I did. But the second one down, it probably makes sense creating this little pad. The other one I could have just run a wire from the outside to it. But, you know, it's all fun. There's this one. This one looks like it's a break as well. So let's just check that. With the continuity machine, the beepity beep beep, Kai Wheat's KM601 digital multimeter. Lots of multimeter. Very low price. Links in the description if you would like to buy one, as well as a discount code. What more could you ask? Huh? Huh? Came here for some computer repair, walked away with a discount on a multimeter and a discount on an ultrasonic cleaner, and also fair warning not to watch the movie Moonfall. Unless you're drunk and you want to laugh. Is that already done, that one? Is that one that I haven't cut? Yeah, I think it is. So, I think. Oh, there's the one. Here's the one. Here's the other one. There we go. Thank you, Enzo. Have you ever done any of the recreation? I've seen some recreations on eBay, but not sure if they are legitimate. I've seen Apple I and Apple II. So I have done an Apple I recreation. What was the board? Someone might need to look it up. I can't remember. There's a well-known maker of the Apple I board. Now, it is not a physical recreation, as in it doesn't look like the old board. It has the functionality of the old board, but it is smaller. And the name will come to me. It's in my head, but someone else might be able to remember it before I do. I've got B in my head. And I did do that, and that was, look, it was fun. It was a nice little novelty value. Plug it in, get a screen connected to it, get a keyboard connected to it. But you know, I couldn't actually be bothered going in and trying to find software for it, or try and write some software for it. I just thought this is fun, and so I've done that. And of course, anyone who is a regular watcher of my videos will know that I did the classic reloaded board project. It wasn't just a matter of building that. I was actually helping Kai test it. So he sent me one which had some faults in it, which I sort of corrected on the fly, you know. So I had to get out the Dremel and cut a few traces and things like that. and we got the classic reloaded working, and also enabled Kai to then modify the PCB so that it didn't have those faults in it. And that was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that. That was good fun. And I had a lot of viewers for that as well, because it was, I just think it was something of great interest to people. I even had someone from Apple watching it. Someone well known from Apple watching it. Which was fun. He didn't actually say anything in the chat, which is a shame, but I know he was watching. I just lost my piece of wire. It just went flick. Let's grab another one. Briel, that's the one. Thank you very much for that, Pretzel FTW. It was the Briel. Can you recommend a bench power supply? Well, that's a good thing you asked that, because I am actually going to be doing a review video very shortly. I've got a box up there with a bench power supply in it that I've yet to test. The one that I'm using at the moment is fine, but there are some things that I don't like about it. I have two. It's very handy to have two. One of the things you can do when you have two bench power supplies is you can create negative power. So if you're trying to create a minus 12 volt, if you're trying to create like a minus 12 volt rail or a minus 5 volt rail, you can actually do that with two power supplies. It's also just handy. Sometimes you might want to output 12 volts and 5 volts so you can have the two power supplies running at the one time. This one here is good, but I don't like the way you adjust the voltage on it. So I've got another one here that I'm going to try out and see if it's any better for that. I'm surprised they haven't nagged me about that, actually. I've had that for ages. All about the reviews. I am going to be doing more reviews lately. And one of the main reasons for that is that it tends to bring in, I think, a broader audience. This stuff that I'm doing with the Vintage Macs is all very fun, but, you know, you're talking about a niche of a niche of a niche. You know, you start off with people who are interested in electronics and stuff like that, and then you say, okay, then we're talking about ones that are interested in Macs, okay, and then of those ones, we're talking about ones that are interested in vintage Macs. And by the time you get down to it, you know, you're talking about a real niche market. When I'm doing the review videos, it is open to a broader market. And that is hopefully going to be good for the channel. John Harmer, hello there. It's a lot cooler here in Sydney than it has been. Got down to like 9 degrees overnight, 9 degrees Celsius. Don't ask me what that is in Fahrenheit. And it's not abnormal for this time of year. It's just, you know, it's always comes as a bit of a shock when we get down to single digits. I am someone that much prefers warm weather to cool weather. I don't like being cold. And to give you an idea, I mean, I wear, from around about this time, maybe a little bit later, when it gets a little bit cooler, onwards, I just wear, you know, thermal underwear, like an extra layer underneath, because I just hate being cold so much. We're actually heading towards being able to put a chip on this soon, you know. Just for all those folks who are just hanging out for the moment. I think we've only got 3 more trace repairs to do. Being cold is feeling like no. Now, there are some awesome things if you're only ever needing 12 and 5 volt 12 and 5 volt rails. You can buy these little things that just connect into an ATX power supply. They've got a fuse built in and stuff like that. But of course, one of the great things you can do with a bench power supply that you can't do with those is, you know, kind of measure the amperage that's being used and limit it as well if you want to. And, you know, I mean, if you're wanting to blow up capacitors and things like that, you need to have a bench power supply, because otherwise you'll end up just blowing fuses. You can get bench power supplies to do, you know, real angry things. I don't have a there to put this down, so this is just going to have to go like this. Oh, fiddlesticks. There is something on the roof of this thing making a racket. A bird of some description. I do every now and again blow stuff up on this channel. It's just for fun. I have popped a few caps in the past, just by reversing the polarity and then firing as much power through them as I can, and they go pop. And I do that just for giggles. Because, well, why not? People seem to like the bang every now and again. Sorry, there's a little video that circulates of our good friend Dave, who had a little flubbing of his words on a live stream that he did once. And he said cap ass instead of capacitors. The same as our good friend Joe from Joe's Computer Museum, who for the first time had a female guest on the show, and then managed at some stage to say the word thingamaboob. And I'm sure the gender of his guest had nothing to do with it, but it sure made us laugh. God, imagine if you captured all the times I've said something stupid on my channel. Saying nonsense constantly, and incorrect stuff as well. Sometimes, you know, I say it and then I might think about it later and go, oh my God, I said that. That's totally the wrong thing. Right. Time to get out the old beepity beep machine and just see how we're looking now. We've got I said, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Oh, we got one more here. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry. In both cases, they were lucky, as I was president, to clip those flubs and make sure the internet never forgets. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. It's like that time I said a slight mispronunciation of a particular colour of computer. And if I say it in the mispronounced way, Jay will always be sure to collect that video and then present it at a later date of me saying that colour the wrong way. What's blocking this hole? Something going on there. So that'll be out. So that'll be down. Let's have a look. So we've got to find all these trace repairs. Boom, boom, boom. Is it this one? I'm not going to say it, because if I say it, you know that Jay is going to capture it and he'll play it back to me later on. So I'm not going to say it. But all I will say is there is a beach in this country, in this state, in this city. It's that way. That way. If I was to hop into a car, I would probably get there in somewhere between 30 and 45 minutes, depending on the traffic. Over that way, there is a beach. And that beach has a lovely colour of water. And that colour of water was the inspiration for the colour of a computer. And if you ever want to go to that beach, if you come here, you will be, let's say you at your hotel room or something like that, and then you call a taxi, and the taxi comes and he says, "Where are you heading?" And you say, "Bondi Beach, please." And for goodness sake, don't ask for Foster's if you're at a pub or something like that, because they'll know you're a tourist if you ask for Foster's, because we don't drink that shit. Okay, so it's down into the... I don't know why I can't get through this hole here. I'm going to jab it. Come on, you stupid thing with your sorcerer's ways. As they say about the old Fosters, it's like making love in a canoe. Fucking close to water. So, if you do come here and you are looking for a full flavoured beer, I mean, there are plenty of ones that, you know, like if you're just talking about gluggen beers where you don't really care too much about the flavour. But if you're after one that has a decent flavour, highly recommend going with Cooper's. There's one that, and probably one of my favourite ones at the moment is 150 Lashes. I quite like that one too. Got to figure out why I can't get through this hole. So the first thing I have to do is find it on the other side properly. It's one of these. So let's try and get the solder out of those. I wonder if it's that one. It's either this one or this one, I reckon. This one or this one. I'm going to poke a wire through from this side and see if I can help locate it. Well, beer is an acquired taste, I will say that. I'm not a huge beer drinker. I mean, I drink beer when I go to a pub. I generally find that when I go to a pub, I feel like drinking a beer. But if I have my choice, I would much rather have a wine. Quite like a wine. Okay, if that's not the hole, it'll be a bugger because I managed to get the wire through. And it's not. Or is it? Or is it? It is! I got the right one! Yay! As Kermit would say, yay! Oh, he used to say that. Okay, I'm going to just put that one over top of the trace, the pin, rather than bothering with making a new pad. Oh, thank you very much for that, John. I appreciate you buying that from my link. I have to say, there are a lot of things that I really do like about the Kai Wheats. I've done a review on it, so you can actually see all of my thoughts on it. You'll find that, I think, in my featured videos, and I basically put it through its paces. I compare it with a far more expensive multimeter by what do you call it? The Fluke, and it really came up well. And one thing that the Fluke, there are a couple of things the Fluke does not have that I really like about this one. First of all, this one, the beep is louder when you're doing continuity. It's really quite a loud, audible beep. The one on the Fluke is pretty quiet. Wherever they've put the little buzzer, you can't hear it terribly well. This one has a light that comes on when you're doing continuity as well. So if for some reason, like in where I'm working in here, maybe I've got the ultrasonic cleaner going and it's really loud in here, it means that if I'm testing continuity, I can just look over and see the light blink. And then the other is this beautiful big screen. I love the big screen, the big colour screen on this. I know it shouldn't matter, but I suppose if you're my age and your eyes are getting a little bit dicky, having those great big numbers on there, it's got a thermometer so that it's always telling you what the temperature is. which is, again, I don't know, it's 18 degrees in here at the moment. So how about that? Celsius, of course. And it runs off, was it AAA batteries? Don't need to keep that supply of 9-volt batteries. Let's face it, who doesn't have AAA batteries in the house somewhere? You just, when you run out, you just grab some. I am onto the second set of batteries since I bought it. And that's not bad because I've had it for quite some time now. All the youngsters want one of these. Getting into the Kaiweets. All right, now we need to find a chip to put on this. And I've got one here. I'm going to whip him off now. Whip. Cool whip. And when we last worked on this 2SI, I actually, Kai, very kindly, while I was working on it, actually looked up what these chips were. I don't remember what he said, but they sure sounded important. Right, now I'm going to just get rid of any solder on this to start off with. So I'll get my little thing that is here somewhere, under something, over something, next to something, missing, in action. I did find the 2SI board though, didn't I? I mean, I thought that was gone, but I found that. So things can be found here. Come on. There it is. Here's the thing. So this is a little vice grip type thing that I use for when I'm reballing BGA chips, but it also works really well for holding chips like this if you want to clean them up. So I can just get this locked into the vise. Now, every time I use this thing, someone generally asks, where do I get one of those? And the answer is pretty much always the same, and that is, I'm not sure. Ever since I bought this, I've never been able to find one exactly like it. There are ones similar to it, but I haven't been able to find the exact one. So, yeah. But if you have a look, if you're searching for one of these, I think you generally find them listed under BGA jig, something like that. Okay. Yeah, we know that one day, I don't know when it will be, but we know that one day that the US will come to the party with the rest of the world and start using Celsius. I mean, we know that there are already many parts, you know, sort of certainly in the scientific community and places like NASA, they are using metric, and that's often got to do with the fact that they do work with the rest of the world, but it's also because it is a far better system. But we know it'll happen one day. I mean, you know, there's no law against actually using Celsius in the US. So if you decide you want to start being a trailblazer, you can start right now. Right, so this is an interesting one. I'm going to have to be so super careful putting this on, because I've got all of these kind of traces sitting underneath these pins. I'm going to sort of push down here to see if I can get these. I mean, do I forcibly bend these up or do I bend these down? That's a good question. Did I miss one? Or am I putting this in the wrong place? But I missed one. Oh, that's right. That was the one I was just going to run a wire to. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's okay. It's okay. No, okay, and then we're just going to work our way along here. Melt these pins to my little bodgy repairs. Do it as gently as possible so that I don't accidentally move one of my little trace repairs. I honestly don't mind how people spell meters or theatre or anything like that. Spelling is not important. Oh, crap. Does anyone else see it? Does anyone else see the mistake I just made? I mean, I'm glad I found it now, but it would have been great if I found it before. I think maybe hot air will be the way to go. Well, colour versus colour and that's a different thing. So that was where obviously someone at some stage did just, deliberately decide to try and simplify the spelling of things. And they were actually, ironically, there were some other simplifications that were suggested that got rejected. But yeah, some of those simplifications made it through. Okay, so we'll try this again with the chip around the right way. How about that? How about that? So this is indicating that pin 1 there, pin 1, pin 1, pin 1. So they all need to be around the right way. And that is not what I did. Right, now, part of me wants to just maybe hit this with a bit of hot air and see if I can get this to just settle into those repairs. I'm coming at this with a weird angle. I got a nice friendly little text from Jay there just a moment ago that says, "We have orientation concerns, sir." Indeed, we do indeed. Hello there, how are you? What the flux is happening here? Well, this is a Macintosh 2 SI, and it was in a really, really bad state. And we're seeing if we can get it working. And I'll be honest, I sort of feel like I'm putting in too much work for a 2 SI and everything, but, you know, and I also feel like even after doing what I'm doing now, we're still going to have problems. So, but look, it's been fun. It's been fun doing all this. There was something like, for this one chip, it was somewhere in the vicinity of, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, I think it's like 15 trace repairs. So, you know, it's all been fun. And a 2 SI, I tell you. A 2 SI. By gum. Yeah, almost the entire chip. Now, right at this particular point, I am going to test it, just because, as I have said many times before, even though I do not expect it to work, if I do something else now, and then later on I test, and it works, I have to ask myself the question, was it the first thing I did that fixed it? Or was it the second thing I did that fixed it? And I'll never know. So if I test now, and it works, even though there's maybe more work to do, I'll at least know, oh, well, this was the cause of the not booting. I might just do a quick little continuity test with some of these, because they do look darn ugly. Beepity beep beep. Right, so there to there. Get some gunk off there. Okay, there. Whoops, to there. Ow, stop being a thing. God, this is going to be a nightmare. Let's just do a bit of a scrape here to expose some of the copper on the tops of these. Make it easier for me to get the multimeter making contact. Good. 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 Let's do the same for the other side, just to be sure, So this board was in an absolutely horrendous state when I got it. Really, all of these pins and everything were all the pads were blackened and stuff like that. Ultrasonic cleaner made it look a lot nicer. But, you know, we just want to be sure here. I don't think there's an issue with that one. So let's try this one. Good. 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 That'll do us. Alright, so let's just test it, because that's fun. We don't need to worry about sticking any RAM or VRAM on here. It has VRAM built in, and it has a whopping 1 megabyte of RAM on board. So, that'll be fun. Yeah, so when I first got this board, this chip here had fallen off, and then this one here fell off, I think, while I was working on it. Then I put it in the ultrasonic cleaner, and this one here was looking a little bit rocky, so I pushed my finger down on it, and then it stuck to my finger, and so when I lifted my finger off, it came off. And it took 2 pads with it as well. And then a 3rd pad came off while I was working on it. Yeah, and just busted traces everywhere. So now I don't need... What do we need to get this one started? Well, we need a screen to see if it's working. That's one important thing. One of the things with the 2SI, now I've talked about this before, so you've got the Macintosh SE30. One of the things with that is the thing known as SEMA CMAC. And that's where you get the, depending on which VRAM chips you got on there, you have this pattern that appears on the screen. Well, the 2SI has something quite similar, and that it is, if there are problems, damage traces, breaking, you'll get a video signal, but you'll just get white. You just get white on the screen. You don't get any further. And that's what we've been getting with this one, and that's what I expect us to get again. But, as I said, we test to rule out, you know, what was the actual fix of the problem, you know, to figure out what was the fix. So let's get some power into the power socket like that, and then I'll run some AC power into this power supply. Won't be getting any chime because I haven't got a speaker connected to it, because the speaker connects via those, what are the Jiffy connectors or whatever they call them, I can't remember. There's just the metal contacts underneath, and I can't replicate that here now. So going to switch it on, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we've got our video, as I mentioned before, and we have a black screen this time. Before we had a white screen, so we've actually gone backwards. But it's not really surprising because this board is in such terrible shape. Switch him off and on again. Off. Oh no, had a little white screen there for a second. Did you see it? Did you see it? See it? I saw it. But anyhow, it's definitely not working. That's all we really need to know. See? Just give us a little bit of white there. Flickety, flickety. There it is. There's the white screen that I was talking to you about. So there's the white screen. See, you just have to persist. And it just stays like that. It doesn't go any further. And this is like the 2SI version of SEMA CMAC, which really, it's a little bit like the engine light going on your car. You know there's a problem. You just don't know where it is. So that's fine. As I said, totally expected. That's really the outcome we had expected. But we like to test to be sure. Yeah. Now, the next thing I'm going to do with this, I may end up just giving up on this 2SI for the moment because, in all truth, this 2SI board was given to me as an alternative for another 2SI board that's not working. I believe the other 2SI board is in better condition than this one. So, if I'm going to be investing time into trying to get a board working, it makes more sense to me invest it in the other one. But I just wanted to rule out these very obvious things. So, for example, this chip here, I believe, oh, you can't see it because I'm not on the microscope view. I believe that when I lift this off, we're probably going to see a similar amount of of trace damage. So we'll whip it off and we'll just see. I almost feel like, see, that's not even making contact. Look at it. Like, oh man, scope view, come on, man. What the hell? Look at this, look at this, look at this. See the pin move? It's not even making contact. Now you cannot tell me that that's going to cause some problems. I do actually wonder whether there would be benefit in baking this board hot enough to melt the solder to re-establish some of these connections. See, I don't think any of those ones on the left-hand side were making contact. And then that could be the case on half of the chips on this board. I mean, just looking for any obvious signs on some of these multi-pin guys. And I feel like the state of the RAM is really bad as well. So we might have to take all those RAM chips off if we're going to persevere with this board, which we probably won't be doing, but let's at least work on these things we know are bad, and then we'll go from there. So last time I worked on this, on the other chip, I just kind of tried to scrape this stuff off, and I did a bit of trace damage in the process. So this time I'm going to try a different tack. I'm going to try and just hit it with new fresh solder. Is there a reset on this board? There isn't, but there is a reset via the keyboard. So if you connect up a keyboard, you can press a particular key combination that will then reset. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if that still worked, because that's quite common, that your reset will still work even if other things aren't working. Look at all that gunge coming off. Are we loving the gunge? Or scunge? Or punge? Right, now we're going to hit it with a little bit of the wick. Now, just of course, I always like to just mention this every now and again throughout the live stream. Please don't forget to
Smash that like button.
And just a reminder, Ultrasonic cleaner, 30 litre behind me. Vivor brand, reviewed it recently. If you haven't seen the video, please check it out. Really impressed with it. Really impressed. Absolutely loving it. Fits the big boards that I work on beautifully. My only criticism with it is that it does take a while to heat up the water. With something this big, with a tank this size, it'd be nice if the heater was maybe a little bit quicker. With the lid on, it probably takes a good 45 minutes. What's happened to my scope view? Did I press the button? I must have pressed the button. Sorry. Let's move the mouse out of the way. With the lid on, it probably takes a good half an hour to 45 minutes at least to heat up the water. I have a submergent heat. I have a heater that I drop in the water, and it actually does quite a good job of getting it hot quickly. And then I just take it out and then use the heater there to keep it warm. Oh, of course, smash the like button. That's when the scope. Yeah, thanks for reminding me, Jay. I mean, it takes me a while to get used to these things. I've only been using this software for like a year. I still feel a novice. One of the things I am planning to do today, if I get a chance, I can't do it in a live stream for obvious reasons when I tell you, is this computer that I'm live streaming from, I'm going to be opening it up, cleaning it out, and I might even repaste it. So replace the thermal paste on the CPU, because this runs freaking hot. So this is sitting on 96 degrees, 98 degrees Celsius now while I'm streaming. Now, admittedly, this streaming uses a lot of computer power, because I'm actually drawing in 4 separate USB cameras that are all coming in here at the moment. And it really gobbles up the CPU power. This is a quad-core i7 2012 Mac Mini. So it's not new by any means. It's weird, 11 years old, coming up for 11-year-old computer. But this software, really gobbles up the CPU. Hello, Paul. Welcome to the live stream. Is this the same board as last time? I'll tell you after this sneeze. This is the same 2SI board that I was working on last time. So the last thing I worked on was a 2FX. I did have a little look at this at the beginning of the stream, but this is the last 2SI board that I worked on, and this was one that was in terrible condition. And then I cleaned it, and it looked better, but it's still in pretty terrible condition. Now, what's nice about this one is I haven't done anything like the same damage to these pads as I did to the last one that I worked on. So I've saved myself an awful lot of time, because I've just spent the last, I don't know, hour and a bit, something like that, repairing traces to things that I damaged. I mean, maybe they were damaged already, but I think I damaged them. Yep, these are all looking good. No repairs necessary. All right. What? This looks like it's got a break in it. The one under the pin 1 dot. And we'll give it a good old scrape and then we'll try again. Like that. Nope. Definitely not making a connection there. Okay, so we've got one to fix on this one. That's a hell of a lot better than the last one. Oh, can't see it. That's it there. So this one has a break. And let's go and fix it. Just a reminder that I have a much larger field of view when I look through the microscope. I am actually seeing things, I'm seeing a great big circle. But what I broadcast is a rectangle taken out of that circle. Yeah, so things. No, I'm going to have to clean this from the other side. That's going to be hard to find. I hate trying to find things. Okay, I think that's it there because I think I melted it a bit. I think I melted it a bit. It's one of those. Now, I think it might be the bottom one. I don't know, but I think it might be the bottom one. So I'm going to grab a bit of wire and just shove it through from this side on the off chance that I got the right one. And if I didn't, at least I'll know which one it is. So let's just see if we can feed this through here. We're going through, we're going through. And let's see where it came out. I was miles off. Miles off. All right, so 1, 2, 3. 3 straight down from that one, or it'll be up. So 1, 2, 3. It's that one. I hate the way these all these vias are filled with solder. It's not easy for a repair. Okay, that'll be through to the other side. Let's try not to break into the doors song. All right, there we go. Let's put a chip on there. I'm not going to use the one that I took off. I'm going to use one from this board, which is in slightly better condition. Now, after I've done this chip, I'm probably going to stop working on this board because there is something else I want to actually look at today. And it might be nothing, but one of my customers sent me a neck board for an SE30, which I imagine would be exactly the same as the SE because that parts of them are ultimately the same. Ow, 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 hot. So, and he's saying it doesn't work. And I've never, ever had a neck board that doesn't work. Now, no, I'm not calling him a liar, but I am just really interested to see what the story is. There's not a lot on the neck board, so I would hope that it's something we could probably diagnose fairly easily. It's like a few resistors and a capacitor and stuff. Just a reminder to everyone, I know I mentioned this in my previous streams, that I have set myself up now with a Grayscale SE30. As this was a, people are calling it a replica of the Micron Exceed, though it's not technically that. It's a replica of the Micron Exceed neckboard, but the graphics card that has been replicated is actually a Formac one. And it's never, I don't think this is ever going to be a cheap thing to buy, but at least it's going to be a set price. Not like if you're trying to bid on a Micron Exceed on eBay. If you're trying to get one on eBay, you're probably going to end up spending hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars. The one that I got, and I do hope the price comes down if there are more of them made, but the one I got I think was 400 euros from memory, something like that. That might be a special, you know, Brankus introductory offer or something, I'm not sure, but it's certainly not cheap. It is an expensive investment, but as I say, at least it's a finite price. It's something you can say, hey, I want one of these, I'm going to save up for it, I'm going to buy it. And I dare say that if you were to buy one of those and then, I don't know, recap an SE30, put a, you know, a SCSI emulator in it, like a Blue SCSI or a Zulu SCSI, clean it all up, make it look nice, I reckon you would be able to sell something like that on eBay for an absolute mozza. Sorry, that's an Australian term. Lots of money. Yep, yep. How's everyone going? Are they all staying awake? I know it's pretty late for some people. Obviously, if you're in Europe, it's, well, it's kind of actually early, really, technically. If you are Eastern time in the US, I know it's getting pretty late now. Right, let's just do these ones here on this side, make them look all pretty. And then we'll give this one last try, and then we'll just have a look at this neck board and see if we can, we'll see what we will see. Mr. Lurch's Things, hello there, welcome. I was watching one of your videos just the other day. I can't even remember what I was watching. But I was watching it the other day. But anyhow, if you haven't already, do check out Mr. Lurch's Things YouTube channel. He does a lot of the old vintage computer stuff. God, what was it? Crap. Never mind. Yeah, have a look. It's good, good stuff. Get rid of that little piece of metal there. We don't want any little stray pieces of metal that might potentially make our life a misery. There we go. So this is the one final test on this one before we move on to something else. Once again, not expecting it to work, but we did definitely fix something. So that's something. Power supply. Change the camera view. Drop my glasses. Make old man noises. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Thank you. Power. I know what Mr. Lurch's thing's name is, but I don't know if that is common knowledge, that he lets other people know what his name is. So I won't say that. This is why generally, on the whole, unless it's people that I know that don't mind knowing, I know that they don't mind what their real name is. On the whole, I just name people by the name they use in the YouTube. It's kind of a respecty thing, you know, because one cannot presume that these people want their actual name to be public knowledge. Oops. I don't care. And I'm Breakers Creations, but of course I start every video with, "Hi there, my name's Bruce Rain from Breakers Creations." You may remember me from such things as... Okay. We're going to try it again. So the only difference we did this time was one of those other chips that we could see quite clearly one of the pins wasn't making proper contact. And I think... Greatest Aussie inventions of its time. Yes, indeed. Good old Fairlight. Back in the day, Fairlight was an industry leader. Then what happened? Okay, so I'm going to try it out now. We have made sure that other chip is secure. We did find a trace break. Now, of course, this board could just be covered in the same sort of stuff, but we'll just try it out now and see how it goes. So 3, 2, 1. We know we're getting video. We've had that before. We've got the black screen. We haven't got the white screen, so we probably can get the white screen after I switch it off and on a couple of times, but it is still cactus. I mean, there could literally be another 100 damage traces on this thing. We won't be getting any welcome to Macintosh on this one. We just start pressing random things. So I think I am probably going to give up on this board because I don't actually believe that we're on a shorter path to repair than the other one. So as I say, this board was given to me as an alternative for another board that's not working, but I think now, after working on this board for a bit, the other one is going to be easier to fix. So that was fun. I hope everyone enjoyed that. Now let's go and have a look at this SE30 neck board and see if it truly is not working as said by the person who sent it to me. Not calling him a liar, just never seen it happen before. So I've got an SE30 that I prepared earlier, just here. There's no board in it. Oh, we can connect an SE, that'll do. It doesn't have to be an SE30. And I will connect this and we will switch it on and we will just see that this one works. A little bit dusty, So I'm probably better off with a camera view over here, I would think, because we can catch the screen of this thing here. SE30 with an SE board in it, so it won't be as fast, but that doesn't matter. Have you tried turning it off again? Several times, yes. Right, so that's off. Just check, make sure everything's connected. I don't normally leave analog boards set up where I haven't put the grounding wires back and the anode cap and all that sort of stuff. So, you know, I do like to double check anyway, but I usually do leave them in a state where I can just fire them up again. Okay, switch it on. Comes on. Should come on. There we go. There's a nice bit of screen happening, and I think that might even be a cursor there. Is it a bit of dust? It's a bit of dust. We should then see these corners change into little circles, or little rings, and then you get the mousy cursor there. So, seeing as I'm going to be doing this, I'm just going to quickly change the shutter speed of this camera so that we don't get that flicker. Oh, there it is. There it is. There's our nice 60 frames, or what is it, you know, yeah, 60 frames a second something. So it'll be sync in with this. All right, so that is all working, that's fine. We just wanted to do this as a test, as a comparison. We know this one works, so when we test this again with the other neck board, we can see whether it's working. Gregory Brady, have not seen you here in a while. Welcome to the stream. There isn't much to fail on a compact Mac neckboard. Nope, that's exactly right. So anyhow, bear with me now. I'm going to go get it. I will still be in audio contact, but not in visual contact. So as I try and find the box with it in it. There's the box. There's one box. It's not this box, because I know what that box is. Oops, stepped on something. What's that? Is it this box? Let's have a look at this box. No, it's not that box. What about this box? Yes, this box. It's a big box. It's going to have more than a neck board in it, so there's probably other interesting things in here. So how about we have a nice little unboxing. All right, we'll just depersonalize this, as in take my address away so that you guys can't see exactly where I live. Finally have my replacement keyboard kit for Microbee coming. Oh, awesome. Yes, well, we do it for the love of it, don't we? We were actually talking about the Microbee a little bit earlier, because we were actually having a discussion about what was the very first computer you used at school. You know, what sort of computers you were using at school at the time. And of course, for me, Microbee was the first computer that I got to use at school. Now, having said that, I had used an Apple. Initially, I think it might have just been an Apple II, and then there was Apple II Europlus. A friend of mine, whose father worked at Apple, he had Apples at home, obviously. And because I think he worked in sales, so all the sales staff would have an Apple to have at home. So, yeah, so I had used an Apple, an Apple II, but I was using Microbees at the school, and you know, great nostalgia. I would love to own one. I guess the time to have been buying them was probably some years ago. Now they are just obscenely expensive. Everything vintage computer is expensive, and I think the main reason for that is the sort of people who are collecting them are people with lots of money, so they're pushing the price up. People with disposable cash. These are probably people that grew up with computers and ended up working maybe in a career of a tech career, and oh crap, someone sent me a classic board. Okay, so I've got the whole analog board here by the looks of it. Right. Now, on the whole, I consider these analog boards pretty bulletproof. This is an SE, well, it says an SE analog, but this will work on an SE30 as well. And yeah, I find these to be pretty bulletproof. You know, you can recap them, sure. I've had some problems, I think, with this cap in here before. This little green one in there. I think it was that one. I had one where it freaked out. Oh God, this has got a swell in it. Whooshka, look at that. Okay, so we will definitely be replacing that one. It's nice when caps actually tell you they're bad. So let's just get this box out of the way now somewhere. So I'm just going to change camera views so you can see this. Top view. So here is our SE or SE30 analog board. Will work in both. Don't forget to take the before photos. Yes, I did that with the other one. The one that I didn't take a before photo of was that bloody SI board I was working on before that was really black and awful. And I was like, I've got this thing on my YouTube channel where I do ultrasonic cleaner videos, and I didn't take a picture of what it looked like before cleaning. I mean, what? What sort of idiot? What sort of idiot does that? Look, I've got 41 people watching and 41 likes. Isn't that cool? I like the symmetry. So, this here, this cap, if we just raise that up there, we might be able to see that's got a very significant bulge. So we're definitely going to take that one out. But to start off with, let's just look at this neckboard and see if this is indeed a problematic neckboard as described by the owner. I didn't take the photo, did I? I talked about it. Bing, bing, bing. Serial number, bing. And let's take a photo of the swelling. Swelling. Oh, that's just swell. Yeah. And then neckboard. Let's just take a photo of that as well. Because why? Because. Right. So unless I see another neckboard, this must be the one he was talking about. As far as I can tell, this box basically had an SE analog board and, oh, it's a color classic analog board. Not a classic. Okay, well that's not as bad as a classic. Still freaking bad though. Alright. So let's try out this neckboard and see if the claim is true. Change views, change views, change views. Side view. Any reefer caps? Not, I don't think so, in the SE and SE30 power supplies. I'm pretty sure, well, they do have safety caps in them, but I don't think they're reefers, so. It is the bipolar one. It is indeed. And I will definitely be replacing it. But yes, that is the one. That is the bipolar one. So, right. So let's get this neckboard off and let's test this out. So I'm going to get my trusty Torx T15 driver to undo that. And that gets us our little ground wire. Yeah. And then whip it off. So I really should label this, shouldn't I? I'll put a B on it for Brancus. Could be for Bruce as well. B. But that's not a coincidence that Brancus starts with B. Because I decided that whatever business name I was going to come up with, it was going to start with B-R-A. Because that's like B for Bruce and R-A for Rain. Bruh. So I thought, I want to come up with a business name that starts with B-R-A. And I found out about this person from Greek mythology called Brancus, and I thought, that'll do. Right, I'm glad I labelled that because I immediately put it right next to the other one and I would have got that mixed up immediately. So here is the other one. I'm going to plug this into the analog board here, thusly. Okay. And plug that into there, like that. Oh crap, something dropped. That's that screw, wasn't it? Yes, there it is, I see it. Everything's fine. I know I've mentioned this before on my live streams, but don't forget to connect the grounding strap when you are doing this grounding wire. So this grounding wire here that I'm holding here with my hand, don't ever forget to connect that up before firing these up. You will regret it. And your computer will as well. So there we go. Let's get that SE board that I had floating around before. I'm going to put somewhere, it can't be too far away. Here it is. Always finding new spots for things. And we will connect the SE board, lickety split, and then we'll see what happens with this. Now, if it blows up or bangs or does something weird or makes the power go out, I'm sorry. I do have a screw loose. Okay, you ready? 3, 2, 1. So if we get a picture, oh, fudgeroony, look at that. He's not wrong. He's also right. We definitely see that there's a problem there. So, yeah. I mean, I dare say the computer would boot up. I think it would actually run fine, but we've just got visual issues. Okay. Well, let's start having a fiddle around with the thing and see what we can find out. And I will welcome any information because CRTs are not my speciality. Not by a long shot. I'll just do the whole poke and prod thing, you know, we'll just poke it. We'll poke it constantly. And then I'll get out the thermal camera and we'll take pictures of it and we'll look at the thermal camera pictures and go, that's getting hot and that's not. Bad capacitor. Yeah. Now I haven't discharged this, but I am staying away from the dangerously faulty bits as much as the best of my ability. All right, you can go down here for now. Actually, I think there is safer. And let's just have a look and see what we can see on this board. We know we have a working one and a not working one, so we can sort of do comparisons. Right. Now, as we can see from this, if I just change to the top view here, there's not much here. What have we got? We've got some resistors, we've got some capacitors, and we've got a little Q1 transistor there. So we, I guess, start off by testing some of these resistors, because that's something that's easy enough to do. Now, what I could do is, of course, find out what the readings on them are, and then compare them, but I don't need to do that, because I have a working one just here. So all I have to do is measure one, and measure this one, and measure this one, and measure this one, and it's like that. I think we're there, so... Oh, no, don't want to be in smart mode. I'm not smart enough for smart mode. There we go. There we go. All right. So, let's start with this little guy. Oh, I should put this on camera, shouldn't I, so you can see it. All right, we've got 107K, 115K, I'm happy with that. 112K, 109K. Check for cracked solder joints. You know what? I really should check for that first, don't you reckon? I mean, I would always check that on an analog board, but it makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah. You know what, Cam? I like the cut of your jib. So let's just have a little look-see here. That's, look, it's not great, but I think we've probably still got continuity here. I mean, I don't think it actually wiggles. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. And all of these could do with a little bit of extra solder on them. It is possible, but I don't see anything here that stands out enough to say that would be causing the problem. As I say, that wants some more solder on it, but we've still got pretty good contact going on there. That wants some more solder, good contact there, good contact there, good contact there. So all of these ones here will definitely want some more solder on them, but I don't see anything that's obviously cracked. So we'll go back to our original line of questioning. Rightio. Now, let's get back to the testing of the resistors. We'll start with those because they're the easiest to test. So we've got another 110 there. There's 115-ish there. The green one is not a resistor, just letting everyone know when they're green, they are inductors. So, and they are labelled with an L for inductor. Linductor. So we've done that one, that one, that one. Now let's look at these little guys down here. So this one here, we've got 220 ohms-ish for that one. This one here, that's a little low. 130, that's quite low. I consider that to be outside of the realms. Now, typically, if you've got a problem with the resistor, it's going to actually read greater, not less than. But we'll come back to that. So we've got 974 ohms on that one, and we've got 940, so that's all right on that one. We've got a whole bunch of Zener diodes. Let's try this one. That one is 1 kilo ohm. What's this one? That is pretty close to 1 kilo ohm there. Let's measure this little guy here. That is 1 kilo ohm there. No, sorry, 100. Yep, 1 kilo ohm. Sorry, nothing wrong with me. Check each of the holes in the connector. Come out, you stupid thing. There we go. Got it out eventually. Okie dokie. Let's check here. I don't really need to do that. What? Hang on. What the? That's 9K. 9.8K, so that's 10K. 10K for that one. 10K. This one here, that's not right. That's 1K. You're messing with me. Yeah. $10K, even though that actually says 1K 100. Curious. Very curious. Check each of the holes in the connector here. So yeah, I'll shove something in it and see that it's got continuity. So I'll just need to get a piece of wire that I can shove in there, or maybe a needle. Needle might do it. Nope, it won't. It's not thick enough. Need something thick enough to shove down there. What about that? Is that thick enough? They don't seem that thick. They must be thicker than they seem. Because I don't feel like it's making proper contact. So the thing that I'm just really confused about, so this is the working one, right? This one works. This is the good one. This is the bad one. This one is the good one, and that resistor is testing, the bad one, the resistor is testing 1,000 ohms. And it is a 1,000 ohm resistor. So you say, okay, great, that's working, that's good. This one is testing as 10K for a 1K resistor. So I'm just really confused by that. So if someone can explain that to me, why the good one has a 1K resistor testing as 10K. Oh, it's a capacitor. It's not a resistor. That's why. I just noticed that it says 1K, so I just assumed it was a resistor, 1K. But then I just noticed here it's labelled C1, so it's a capacitor. So I shouldn't be measuring resistance on that at all. Nope. So I tested that. Let's test these little Xena diodes. So we will put this into diode mode. Now I honestly don't know how to fully test Xena diodes because the way they work is they restrict the flow up into a certain voltage, and once they get to that voltage they then allow the flow or something like that. I'm probably going to... I've got an ESR meter, but I don't really like what I get. I've also got this guy here. Excuse me. I've got this monster of a thing here as well, which is a LCR meter. And this is designed for testing caps in circuit. But I'm really not clever enough to work it. So I will probably end up just taking these components off and testing them outside of circuit to get nice accurate readings. So diode mode. So we go one way. We're in diode mode now. Microdiodular servo systems. Okay, we'll put that there. Okay, we've got open, swap it around. 0.586, that's perfectly good. Open 0.585. Oh, okay. All right, well, we'll come back and check that one, but we won't. 1.56. Okay, let's do the little side by side again. So that says 3.17 voltage drop versus 0.091. That's different. 0.117, 0.608. So we've definitely got some differences on there. 1038. That's the same. 0.567. 0.571. Okay, so that's okay. So this... So we've definitely got some issues around here. So it could. There are things Bruce doesn't know. There are lots of things that Bruce doesn't know. It's hard to test a Xena die without taking them off and using a transistor curve tracer. See, I don't have a transistor curve tracer, so I won't be able to do that. I mean, I do have an oscilloscope and everything like that, but I can tell you I'm not going to go through that now. I am much more likely, as a hack, to just swap the component over and then see if it works. So I'll take the one from this one and put it in this one. But the first thing I'm going to do is just take this diode out and see if it just does do the normal diode thing. Trying to drag the stream out. Yes, it's good at that. Look, excuse me, I really do want to get this this particular issue sorted. So that's the diode in this top one here. So we're gonna get that one out. Because one of the other advantages I have is once I take the component out, I have the advantage that I can pop it into a component tester. So let's just have a quick look at this Zener diode, because they usually have a code on them. So this is, that's the code there, 1N4150F. 1N, sorry, there it is. 1N4150. So I think it's the 1N41 which is the important part. I don't think the 50F is any significance there. If you just do a search for 1N41 Zener diode, I bet you get a gazillion results. So got my little component tester here. Drop this into the tester. And then we'll just pousser les boutons. Appuyer les boutons. Okay, well that's saying it is reading as a diode. It recognizes it is a diode. So I think we can say that that one is probably okay. Maybe. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to whip off that capacitor, that capacitor. Let's see which way around. That was that way around. Let's put it in the right way because that's kind of important with diodes. There we go. 75 volt Zener. They bent the pins. Yep. Everyone bends the pins. They all bend the pins. Oops. Don't bend the pins. Don't bend the pins, baby. I mean, I can see why they bend the pins, but I do try and avoid it. There we go. Just have a quick squiz at this. Squizzaroonie, yep. He's soldered back in place, that's good. And then we're going to just hit some of these caps now, I think. I'm just going to start looking at these. These ones here are just ceramic caps, these ceramic disc caps. That one there is a tantalum there. Oh, you can't see that because I'm on the wrong view. Scope view. So, okay, 50 volt, there you go. I do have a bunch of replacement Zetas here. Zener Warrior Princess. Oops, they're resistors. Why have I got resistors here? Answer me that. There we go, here are my Zeners. What are these ones? Let's have a look-see. I've got a lot of them. These ones are 1N48. 1N4148. 4148. How about that? How about that? Right, let's continue with what we're doing here. This kind of the method that I use of not really knowing what I'm doing and just sort of kind of taking components off. And I do have, I mean, look, with this here, and I had the same with I had a power supply that I couldn't get working a while ago. It had a little tiny little board, almost like a little, I don't know what the purpose of the board was, but a tiny little board that wasn't part of the main power supply. And I knew that was the problem because I'd swapped that board over. But there was so little on the board. It's like, you know, this can't be that hard, you know. There's so few components. So I went and tested every single component on it, literally every single component. Everything tested fine. So I then started just changing each component one at a time. I started with the resistors, and by the time I got to one particular resistor, it then just suddenly started working. I'm like, okay, so that resistor I changed, that's the fault. I take the resistor out, I test it, it measures fine. So it was obviously related to the current that was going through it, that resistor was testing okay with this very small amount of current that goes through when you're testing resistance from a multimeter. But once it actually had proper power flowing through it, of the power supply running, it stopped working. So this is interesting. Right, let's just whack this little thingy under this view here. One info is the 75 volt version. There you go. Testing. It says it's a capacitor. It says it is 11.6-ish nanofarads. Let's see what it says on the front. This says it is 103, so that is 10,000 picofarads. 10,000 picofarads. So I reckon that's about right, don't you reckon? Because that's the 10,000 picofarads would be 10 nanofarads. Does that sound right? So 10,000 picofarads, 10 nanofarads? Yep. Thank you, Greg. So we'll pop this guy back on. And let's get our solder. Let's pop that there. Stay. Stay, I tells. Stay. So I'm feeling good about that capacitor. I mean, I still do need to establish that this connector is okay. I'll do that, I think, once I finish checking these capacitors. Let's try this one here. It's amazing, isn't it, that like pretty much all the capacitors we use in electronics are, you know, well, probably the most common size we use is microfarads. Just makes you think a farad must be massive. 1 farad. 1 farad. If you're concerned about not being able to see this and being out of focus, don't be too concerned, because I can't see it either. Okie dokie, so this is this little guy. Now this, I don't know, it looks like a safety cap or something, because is that polymer? Was it polymer? Is that it? Okay. Okay, so the code on, so this is 1K100, no, 0.1K100, MMK EVOX 8336. MMK EVOX 8336. Just making sure I get it on camera in case I want to look at this video later on. God, my nails need cutting. Far out. 0.1K100. Right, let's pop this into the little component tester. Hopefully it's making contact. This says it's a capacitor. It says it is ESR 1.7 ohms. It says it is 100 nanofarad. That's what it's saying, 100 nanofarad. 100 nanofarad. It's like a little Pez, isn't it? A little Pez. A piece of Pez. 100 nanofarad. Let's compare it to this one here, because I don't know what it is. I just don't know what it is. It's weird. I mean, I know what it is, but I don't know what rating it is meant to be. I am starting to get a severe attack of the hungries. And that is going to spell the doom of this stream. Okay. Okay. Yep, same. We're getting virtually the same. A little bit more resistance on that, but nothing to write home about. So 100 nanofarad. All right, so they're both the same. I'll pop him back on. Beep, 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 beep. Right. So those two were testing so similarly across these two boards that it makes me fairly sure that there's nothing wrong with that, because yeah, I mean, they're close enough together and one works and the other one doesn't. Bye-bye, multimeter. Have a good sleep. Right, so we've still got a couple more caps. We've got 1, 2, 3 more caps to test. So we'll just keep it on. And I still don't like the wildly disparate resistance measurement I was getting between these two boards at one particular location. I've got a schematic of this neck board, you know that? That would probably help. That is 10 nanofarad. It's another 103. I didn't ever test the socket. The reason I got distracted was because I shoved something down there and felt like it wasn't rubbing against anything. And that bothered me. But it really does feel like it's something we should look at sooner rather than later, doesn't it? I feel like every second that I'm not testing that is a second wasted of my life and your life. I'm just not sure if I can live with myself under those circumstances. I think I probably really should have a look. Right, so we're just going to, I mean, I sort of feel like, because I've tested 2 caps, I should test the third one. But they're all 103s. And they're ceramic caps, those don't break very often. Right, so let's get this thing here. We'll do some tests. This is the good one, okay? This is the good one. Now, I'm going to get a piece of wire. Okay, I need something thicker than this. Either that or something bent. How about a piece of phaser? What about? How about I knock over my hot air station? Excuse me. That way around, that way around. Here we go. That's fat. It's fat as anything. I just need something chunky enough to go down there. I've got my needles, my sewing needles here. If I find a big thick one, that might do it. These look pretty thick. There's a little doorway. There it is. See, that's a fat needle, that is. Look at it. That fatty. It's still not fat enough. Ah, drill bit. Tell you what, this Paul guy, he's a thinker. I don't have my my vernier calipers here to measure those, but I can at least compare it by eye. Oh, here we go. Oh. Right, so let's grab one of these drill bits and we'll at least just check it by eye. Well, to my eyes, which are crap, it looks pretty close. That looks identical in thickness. So in thickness and in health. See what I did there? Okay. So this is the good one. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to get this drill bit. We're going to drop it down here. Yeah, so that's a nice snug fit. I'm going to drop that down there and then we will, well, no point in doing it there. Let's do it on the dead one. So that seems pretty snug. All right, so we go from here to here. We're good. 2. From here to here. We're good. We go from here to here. Yep. Yep. Whoa. Let's come back to you. 6. All right. So how important is 5? I ask you. Maybe not important at all. No, not important at all. There's nothing in 5. There just doesn't seem to be a pin in 5. There may not even be a pin on the... Because this is the good one. And 5's hollow. So, yeah, 5 goes to nothing. 5's nothing. So that's, we can't blame it on that. It was exciting there for a second, but it's the same on both of them. So all the other ones are good. So I don't think it's the connector. Right. Right. So we've got a little tantalum cap here that I kind of need to test. Though I don't think it's going to be an issue, but we will test it anyway because it's a 104, so what is that? 100 nanofarad? Is that right? Is it a... No, it's not a tantalum at all. It's a ceramic. Component tester. Testing. Capacitor. 120 nanofarads. So that's fine. Did I test that resistor? Don't remember testing that resistor, but I'll test that resistor again just in case. Excuse me, I'm going to try something in a moment that may or may not work. Fniff. Ow. Is the cabling... See, all these people just keep on suggesting these logical things to check for, while I just, you know, wander around doing stupid stuff. So I am, once again, very pleased to see that people are using their brains more than me. That's 220 ohms. Let's just check it on the other one. Yep, cool. All right, so let's just try that. We'll get the little schnozzle in there. Go from red to there. And get the beepity beep. We're good. We'll go to that one. I think that is a blue. Am I blue? That is a blue. And then we're going to go here to the black. And black. And then we're going to go to brown. I see you there. Come on. Yep. And we got orange. Great big orange. There's orange. There's green. And yellow. What's the matter, McFly? Are you yellow? Okay. Yep. Now there is a little, what do you call them things, transistor on this as well. I should test that too. We'll just do that very quickly. And then after I've tested the transistor, I've got a course of action that I'm going to take. Hello, Steve. Before you dash off to bed, what time do you call this? Come on. The night is still young. Well, thank you for popping in, Steve. I do appreciate it. I've got a non-functioning neck board of an SE/SE30 analog board here, and I've never had that before. So I'm really fumbling around with no proper idea because I've just never had this before. Okay, so this is a 2N3904M840 for those playing at home that like to look these things up. And I know you're out there. I know some of you guys do like to look these things up while I'm working. So, oh, have I got that in there? I'm going to use my special bionic glasses. Okay. Run to testing. Testing. He thinks it's a capacitor. Unknown or damaged part. Now that may be because I'm not making proper contact with these pins, so let's just try that again. Because these pins are very, very short. Just straighten out these pins a bit so they're a bit longer so I can get them into my component tester. Now you can test these, you can test transistors using just a standard multimeter in diode mode by just you know, getting the probes onto the right pins and whatnot. See, I just don't know. Let me just try something here. It's not happy with this, so what I'm going to try here is using my multimeter in diode mode. I'm going to just do a few little testaroonies here. So, okay. Okay. This is sort of testing like I would expect. This is me thinking that it is okay. So I'm just going to see if I can try and get these pins to make better contact with the component tester here. So I'd feel a hell of a lot better about declaring it working. It's still saying it's testing as a capacitor, and I swear I'm making contact there. Alright, here's the next thing we're going to do. Let's put this to one side. Put this to one side. And then we'll pull the one out of the other one and we'll test that. See how that one tests. Put that in your smoking pipette. Cool. This gives me the correct orientation on the screen printing so I don't have to remember. Do you have a spare 2N3904? Well, the short answer to that is no, or maybe not. There is a likelihood I do have one. I'd have to have a look. But if it is a common one, then there's a good chance I can get it at JCar Electronics, which I believe are open today until until 4, I think. Still got 2 hours to go. There boots. All right, let's see what this one does in the component tester. Thank you very much. Oh, you're being such a thing. Alrighty. So I just want to see what this reads, and then of course pop it in the other one, swap it over, because that's a way of being sure. But if this reads exactly the same as the other one, I'll be like, oh, I don't know. But okay, I believe that's making good contact there. Testing. Just straight up onto NPN. So let's, I'll just show you that. So this one here just gave me straight up, tells me it's an NPN transistor. Whoopsie. Let's just get that there. It will focus. It's a Canon. It knows how to focus. Focus. Geez, it takes some time. Why is it being such an a-hole? Until the thing switches off. But anyhow, you'll have to take my word for it. So that one actually showed as an NPN transistor, just straight off the bat, which does make me think there's something wrong with that transistor. So what we're going to do now is we're going to put this one into this device, and then we will try it. And if it fixes it, then we've got our answer. And then, you know, there'll be songs written about this, and there'll be children dancing in the street. And you guys can all say, I was there. I haven't looked at the viewer numbers in a while. I'm imagining they've dropped off somewhat in the last half an hour. 36, still not too bad. Thank you everyone for persevering. I appreciate your perseverance and your dedication. All right, so we've popped the other one in. We're gonna whip out my little buddy here. Excuse me. The old SE30 case. Let's just swap here to a side view. I'll plug him in. I wonder if this will be like this is the first of what's going to become a common problem. And like that transistor's going to be failing on people's SEs and SE30s left, right and centre. You haven't caught some of the stuff my friend has streamed, I don't think. But the point is, it's still interesting even at weird times. I don't know what that means. See much growth in the channel. This one here, yeah, look, it continues to grow. I go through spurts with certain, sometimes it just happens out of the blue. Sometimes I have absolutely no control, or if you're speaking to me, yeah, but assuming you're speaking to me and not speaking to someone else in chat, the broader stuff that I do always gets more views and more subscribers, so I always get a lot more from just soldering, general soldering stuff rather than vintage Mac stuff. And the ultrasonic cleaner stuff has been huge. The DIY ultrasonic cleaner, the first one that I did in particular, is just has gone huge, gangbusters. And so I've now done 2 DIY ultrasonic cleaner videos. And the funny thing is that, you know, I've learned so much since I did that first video, but you still end up with all these people saying, oh, you should try this. And so I end up having to go into that, oh, check out my next build video. We cover that in the next one. So, all right, so we've got the neck board on, we've got the ground thing, we've got that plugged in, we've got a new transistor on there. We've got not new, it's not new at all. Don't lie. And we'll plug it in, switch him on, we'll see what happens. By Jove, I think we've got it. My neighbour built the sink ultrasonic cleaner. That is so cool. Lengthy programming streams that I've watched. Oh, interesting. Yes, I don't know how to make that interesting. I really don't. I mean, I have been interested in doing programming streams because that's what I do. That's my main job, doing stuff on maybe PHP or beginner's guide to programming, real early, you know, basic stuff for people getting going. But yeah, I've struggled how to make that interesting. I've got some other ideas that I'm doing. I'm going to be doing some graphics on. So it was that transistor. So the first thing I'm going to do is see if I do have a spare one, because I'd rather put a new one in than reuse an old one. So let's have a little look here. I'll start with that container. Ugh. No. PN100, no. What did we say? It was a 3904? Is that what we said? I think it was a 3904. Does that sound familiar? Because I've actually got that in a what is it? SOP23 package, the little tiny weeny little ones. So I do actually have them, but I have them for surface mount. Looking here, because I don't have a whole lot of through-hole stuff other than capacitors. That's all my MISC there. Great big pile of MISC stuff. Now, can I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these containers down at once without dropping them? And yes is the answer. Okay, no. 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 I'm not surprised. I don't ever remember buying any. Okay, let's put this back without losing it. Feel good. Okay. So, next thing we have to do, check and see if JCar, it's a NPN 2N222, what? So what is it, we said it was 2N3904. 2N3904. Let's jump onto the JCar website, because that's the company that I buy this stuff from. Keyboard. It's over here. Let's switch this off. And return it to its upright position. the 2N22222 is cross-reference for 3904. I like the sound of that because I think I had that, didn't I? Yeah, okay, so they definitely have them at JCar. Let me just check to see if they've got the stock in at the moment. 2N3904 NPN transistor, specifications, da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. In stock, check in store. In stock at my local store, so that's good. I need to do a walk too, so I can walk there and grab it. Are they open today? Let's just check. Closes 4 p.m. There you go. Isn't that good? So we're solving things. We're solving things. So let's just try that. I'm going to go. Whoopsie. There you go. The are both bipolar junction. Blah, blah, blah. So there's a page here, and get some lunch. Yes, definitely. So it's actually saying here the difference here between the 2N3904 and 2N22222. So the 222 is actually a little bit more robust. So maximum current that the transistor can handle from the emitter to collector is 200 milliamps for the 3904. It's 1 amp for the 2222. They're both 40 volt though for maximum voltage that the collector and transistor can handle. So I can't see there being a problem going from 200 milliamp up to 1 amp. What do you guys think? Gotta be. So let's just have a look at that container again and see if I did actually have 2N2222222222 in there. No, I didn't. I've got 2N4401. That's all I've got. I wonder what I bought that for. Well, I think ultimately I'm not really overly concerned because I don't even have to go to, I don't even have to order it from a place. I can actually walk in store and buy it, and I'll just buy 10 of them or something like that. So, okay, well, look, that's all worked out really well. I mean, going for close to 4 hours, so I think it's definitely time for me to wrap it up because I am hungry. I didn't realise that I'd been going for so long, but then again. How much do they cost there? Well, at this particular store, keep in mind, this is a bricks and mortar place, so you're going to pay more for bricks and mortar because you're paying for them to keep their doors open. It is $1.15 each. If I buy 10 of them, it's $1. So not exactly going to break the bank if I buy 10 of them. Yeah, so not too bad. Okay, so anyhow, just a little quick recap for anyone who has been watching the stream or whether you've been only watching the end and haven't seen the beginning, and you might think, so hey, should I go back and watch the beginning later on? Well, I'm about to tell you. So, started off with the 2FX, the Macintosh 2FX. This is one that I was working on last time I fixed a trace repair and I had gone through the ultrasonic cleaner. So what it was doing before is it was giving us a startup chime followed by a sad Mac chime, which is the RAM test fail. So after finding another trace and repairing it and then giving it an ultrasonic clean, fired it up again, and we've got startup chime, no sad Mac chime, so it's passing the RAM test, but it's not getting any further than that, not getting any video. So there's something else that's failing along the way. So I've got to do a little bit more investigating, and I am probably going to do that with a schematic, testing it with a schematic to check and make sure everything's going where it's supposed to be going. And that I will probably do just on my own time, not live streaming, because that is a little bit dull to live stream. I can't talk much while I'm doing it because I'm having to concentrate and all that sort of stuff. Then we had a look at the 2SI. This is the same 2SI that I had in one of my previous streams. One that was in really, really bad condition. We've repaired a fair bit of stuff, did a whole stack of trace repairs and stuff like that. Still giving us exactly the same result as it was before. Ultimately, what I consider to be the Macintosh 2SI's version of a CMOS CMAC, that you typically just get like a white screen on the video and nothing else. But I'm going to probably just abandon that board, because that board was meant to be an alternative if I couldn't get another 2SI board working. And that other 2SI board I think is in better condition. So I'm probably going to put my resources into that one and use this one as a donor if there are any problems there. Then of course we jumped onto this neck board for the Macintosh SE / SE30, and we found that there was a little, it was NPN, wasn't it? NPN transistor that wasn't working. My little trusty little component tester, even though I was worried that it wasn't making contact, did actually let me know that. When I put it in there, it showed that it was actually testing it as a damaged or unknown part. So that was quite good. It was, of course, the last thing I tested on the friggin' thing, but isn't that always the way it goes? And once we tried it with another one, it worked. I'm now going to go out and buy some replacements for it. So that's pretty much it. Need to pay better attention to when I'm, I don't normally stream. This is a Monday here. I don't normally stream on a Monday. I'm doing it today because it's a public holiday. So, so I typically will just sort of normally stream, sort of on the weekend. And it is getting a little bit harder with me because we're not in daylight savings time anymore, and the Northern Hemisphere is in daylight savings, or certainly the sort of Western Hemisphere is in daylight savings. And so that means that we're shifted kind of 2 hours further apart. So it means that we're, like, if I was to compare it, say, with Eastern time, if I was to stream at midday, it would be 8 p.m. Eastern time in the US. But now if I stream at midday, it's 10 p.m. And so I'm trying to sort of stream a little bit earlier in the day to try and be inclusive, get as many people watching as I can. So, I would like to say thank you to everyone for joining me. Thanks for keeping me company. As I say, it was an insanely long stream this time. And thank you for all your contributions in the chat. I feel like it's been a really fun, lively chat today. Lots and lots of stuff being discussed, so that's excellent. I probably won't live stream again until next weekend. So until then, everyone, have a really good time, and I'll see you next time. And bye.